morning, everybody. Right, let's test the age of the audience. Heidi, hi. Yeah, you see, every year that I do this, the percentage of people who reply in the correct manner gets smaller and smaller. It is nothing to do with people in the police looking younger. It's who answers Heidi ho when I say that. So very welcome to everybody who made it through the storm that wasn't quite as bad as we thought it was going to be. And can I just explain, it is Kieran. It is not Kieran. It is not it is just a plain old simple. I think what happened was the BBC pronunciation unit rang up, met Aaron and said, how do you pronounce this storm that you've just named? And the Irish have gone, aha, right, here lads, we've got the BBC on the phone, let's have a laugh. Because the BBC were consistently mispronouncing it, which was wonderful. But we all made it. And welcome to everybody who's watching online this morning. So I'm absolutely delighted that we are all getting together. The Centre for London is London's dedicated think tank. We are small and perfectly formed. And if you want to be involved, there's lots of opportunities, but one of the best ways to get involved is through our supporters network. And that's where you get access to small, exclusive events, roundtables, breakfasts, where you get to meet the people who really shape London's policy and to be part of that conversation and that debate. It's also a wonderful opportunity to network, to meet lots of like-minded people. Now, the title of today's conference is London in Crisis? Now, from my point of view, my day job in running a housing association in London, it certainly feels like a crisis to me. Last night, 1 in 23 children in London slept in temporary accommodation of some sort. We have the equivalent of the size of the city of Oxford homeless in London at the moment. We are struggling with inflation. We are struggling with interest costs. We are struggling to attract employees, skilled employees. I run a housing association where for the last 6 months I had one roofing company covering 80,000 homes. Thankfully, the Home Office have now put roofers on the list of people allowed in from Europe. Thank goodness for that. It is a real crisis. But you know what? We are all Londoners. And the one thing about Londoners is we're optimistic. We love London. We feel passionate about London. We love its communities, its connections. We love its culture. And today is about the answers to those critical issues that matter to London. And what can we do as some of the great thinkers? What can we do to make that difference for all of our city and all of our city citizens? Now, as a tiny charity, we wouldn't be doing this at all today if it wasn't for our sponsors. This is a free event, and to put on a free event of this size, this scale, with the amazing pastries you've just had and the fabulous lunch you're going to have, our sponsors are absolutely vital. And our sponsors today are, in no particular order, the Mayor of London, the City of London Corporation, London Councils, Trust for London, the London Borough of Hounslow, and the Port of London Authority. A lot of London in there. Our venue is supplied free of charge by our venue sponsor, the University of London, and our data sponsor today is Savanta. And without their support, we just couldn't do an event like this. We're incredibly grateful. Now, those of you who were here last year will remember that I tried to MC the day, and I'm great at the Heidi High bit, but by about 2 o'clock I was flagging. So I'm going to hand over to our wonderful MC for the day, Sam.
Thanks, Fiona. Pleased to be back MCing. I did the one 2 times ago, and I also thought I did a bad job. It's always better than you think, Fiona, trust me. I didn't respond with the correct response to your Heidi High, I'm afraid. But that's more down to my cultural unawareness rather than my age. I am getting older, unfortunately. My name is Sam. I am a trustee here at the Centre for London, and it's my job today to make you feel even more welcome than you already are, keep the momentum going, and introduce our wonderful guests and panel today. But first, a couple of housekeeping. So we already had, I was assured that there wouldn't be a fire alarm today, but we had one this morning, and my script went out the window. But I'm assured again that there shan't be a further one, and if there is, the exits through which you came suitably marked. I feel like a wonderful flight attendant, but exits to your right and to your left. Please make your way to either Macmillan Hall or the Beveridge Hall. For those online, welcome. I'll do a better job than 2 times ago when I forgot to make you feel as welcome as those in the room. But please feel free to join us on social media. I think the hashtag is London in Crisis. I said I think the hashtag as though I don't know what a hashtag is, but the hashtag is London in Crisis, and you can ask stuff on Twitter at Centre for London as well. I'm assured that there's Slido up and running, so please log in. I believe our code is 4450426. I also have to be clear about there are breaks coming, so please feel free to not go for breaks prematurely, otherwise we won't have any food for the actual breaks. But there are breaks, I think, at 10:40 for about 35 minutes. There's lunch at 12:40 as well. I'm told reliably that if people don't know when they're going to eat and drink, bad things start happening. So there will be those things there. And we will hope to stop for a drinks reception at about 3 o'clock. People will keep me to time, and hopefully we can make that happen. I don't think there are any more by way of housekeeping. So without further ado, I will introduce our first session, which is the first of our mayoral conversations with the Liberal Democrat mayoral candidate, Rob Blackie, who will be in a conversation with our CEO, Antonia Jennings. Please make them welcome. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Lovely to see so many of you here. So, Rob, obviously the theme of the conference today is London in Crisis. So that's where I wanted to start. Do you think London is in crisis?
Thank you so much for having me here today. Also, thank you to the impressive number of people who've managed to fight their way through the storm, or really the puddle where I was coming from, but the storm for some of you, I'm sure. I don't think London is in unsavable crisis, but I do feel it is wounded by the events of the last few years. And I would pull out 3 issues, the first one of which is Brexit. Brexit has been damaging to London's economy, and it has also contributed to the second crisis, which is the cost of living crisis. That means food and other daily expenses are more expensive for people across London, but it also contributes to really quite serious problems in housing, making it more expensive and more difficult to build housing. But the third real problem that London faces is a particularly bad one, which is crime. I was reading the Casey report into the Metropolitan Police earlier this year, and there's a quote in there that I stopped on, where a Metropolitan Police officer was asked about the Met's performance, and this officer said that if you looked at their performance on rape and serious sexual offences, then the Met's effectiveness at convicting people was so bad they may as well be legal in London. They may as well be legal in London. I was utterly shocked by that, by quite how awful it had become. And when you dig into it, that's only a slight exaggeration, how bad things have become. And I think one of the things about it is this is a solvable problem. Some of the problems around solving crime don't actually cost a lot to solve. In the Casey report and elsewhere, there have been reports of multiple rape cases where the case has been lost because of forensic evidence being lost. And forensic evidence has been lost because the fridges that were used to keep that evidence were broken. That's not huge amounts of money you need to buy a fridge. It's basic competence and focus on the job. And of course, if that ever happens, people need to be fired for that. Second thing I'd just say is on crime, it is possible to find new resources to tackle crime if you are willing to prioritize. I'll just give you two simple examples. The first of that, of which is right now, last year, we stop and search, or the Met stop and searched 100,000 people in London for cannabis. Nobody seriously thinks that should be a top priority for the police. That's what they've been doing. Wastes huge amounts of time. It obviously damages relationships with the people who are stop and searched, but it also leads to arrests. That wastes even more time, and it leads to court cases, which clog up the courts, rather than the courts dealing with serious cases. The extraordinary thing I find right now is that Labour and the Conservatives have seen that problem around stop and search for cannabis and have decided they want to make it worse. Because from next week, laughing gas becomes illegal in London, which means the police are now going to have to start to stop and search people for laughing gas, arrest them, etc., creating a huge extra administrative burden, even when nobody serious at all thinks that this is a good use of police time. So I do think that London is, wounded, not in an irredeemable crisis, but I also think there are lots of things we can do to solve those problems. I'm sure we'll be discussing those later today.
Thank you. You've obviously named a suite of really important issues. I just wanted to hone in on your comments about the need for new homes. I think obviously we of course do need to build new homes across London, but the national Lib Dems, of course, also say this, but we often also see local parties concerned with blocking developments in local areas. So if you were to become mayor, how would you ensure that new homes are built?
I think the first thing that's really important is to accept that we have a huge housing crisis in Britain, and particularly in London. We have the smallest homes in Europe. We have incredibly expensive housing. We have low quality housing. It's a many different things result from decades of not building enough housing. And so I think that's an incredibly important thing for the mayor to fix. The mayor can't do it entirely by themselves, of course, because if you had a mayor who built a huge amount of housing and then all the areas surrounding London don't build housing, that's not going to really solve the problem. Both have to happen. So this is a national thing. At local level, I think what we can do is we can look at areas that have done a good job of building housing. I would pull out Lib Dem councils in Sutton and Kingston. In Sutton, they have been very good at engaging the community to support house building. They've hit housing targets for some years. They've managed to do that through building on existing brownfield. That's a reasonably easy bit, but also infill on garages, bin sheds, stuff like that, where there's still a little bit of space to build on, building high enough quality housing and engaging the community well enough that the community has supported it. And Sutton has been very successful at doing that. In social housing, I would point at Kingston, where the Cambridge Road estate, one of the biggest estates in Kingston, is about to be redeveloped because the community there voted for that to happen. And I think you can put that in contrast to some councils which are not good at engaging community. Lambeth Council, I know particularly well, is like that, where many estates have voted against regeneration projects because they don't trust that they will be included and they will really benefit from that project. So I think actually engaging a community is incredibly important, and I think in a modern democracy we really have no choice but to do that.
I completely agree, and I think actually when you look across some of the issues that London's faced in the last few years, community tensions around the Met Police, for example, fallout around ULEZ, potentially also what the future green economy is going to look like for London, it's clear that community engagement is really, really important. So I wondered if you could unpack that a little bit more in terms of what do you think's gone wrong with community engagement and what would you do differently?
So I started my career as an aid worker in Africa. One of the things I know from that, a lot of traditional aid projects fail, and they fail because they impose change on people. And when they pretend to consult people, that consultation is really about trying to get the community to agree with what you've already decided already. And actually that is very true in Britain as well. Very often, consultation is really about how do we get the community to accept this thing we've already decided to build, not starting from what does the community want and need. Now, there's always a tension, because it's always easy to go down the route of listening to people who are against building housing. But it is also true, people do want good infrastructure in their communities to support that house building. And they do want it to be beautiful and effective housing, and they want to have a sense that it's going to benefit their community. And I think that's really the difference, is being willing to really listen to the community and take its views seriously. And I think it's obviously a temptation for elected people very often to feel that they have been elected and therefore they have a mandate to do what they like. Actually, if you want to get sustainable change, you have to bring people with you.
Thank you. I just wanted to focus next on your career history. So obviously you've been working for the Lib Dems, or you've been a Liberal Democrat candidate for over 25 years. So over that period, what difference have you and your party made for Londoners?
I would bring out a couple of things, one of which is a national policy that has local relevance right now, which is free school meals for younger primary school children. When the Liberal Democrats were in coalition, we brought in free school meals for 5 to 7-year-olds. Unlike the way the mayor is doing it in London now, we did it permanently, not just for election year, and we funded it fully. And I think there are many, many benefits for children of having really good, high-quality free school meals. Something more local, that's, I think, a good example of how long it can take to achieve things in politics. When I was first campaigning over 20 years ago, we would campaign about the amount of sewage being dumped in the Thames. Incredibly, something is still happening today. And after many, many years of campaigning, in about 2013, we won that campaign. And the Thames Tideway Tunnel started to be built. And it's not quite finished yet, but in the next year or so it's going to be finished. And that is going to take out most of the sewage that currently comes into the Thames. That is, I think, a really good example of how you really need sustained pressure over many, many years. I would just give a couple of other examples, one of which is the 1-hour bus ticket, something, again, we campaigned on for many, many years, the idea that you can get on one bus, and then if that bus gets caught in traffic, or you want to get onto a different bus to get exactly to where you're going, you don't have to buy a second ticket. Something for a lot of people on lower incomes is very, very important to improve their financial situation, makes life a lot easier, makes things a lot less stressful for people. Eventually the mayor nicked it a couple of years ago, and we are delighted that he nicked that policy after 10 years of that. Just finally, I'd also say I think scrutiny is incredibly important. My colleague Caroline Pidgeon is really responsible for bringing to light the absolute mess of the Garden Bridge when Boris Johnson was Mayor of London. If it hadn't been for her doing that, many more millions of pounds would have been wasted on that bridge until it got abandoned.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we've only got time for one more question, but I wanted to ask you about working with other political parties. So if you were to be elected mayor, I think we can say with some confidence it's unlikely you'd be working with a Liberal Democrat central government. And we've also seen over the last few years the difficulties that come from having opposing parties across local government, for example, between the Mayor of London and in Westminster. So what do you think needs to be done to improve working across political parties?
I think you need people who are committed to it, and you need the incentives. And I think on the London Assembly, actually there is quite a lot of good cross-party working. And occasionally it breaks down, but on the whole, I think the Assembly does a reasonably good job. And actually, if we can strengthen the Assembly, that helps to make for better cross-party cooperation. The other thing I would say is it also requires people who are willing not to be deeply tribalist the whole time. I founded this campaign called the Breaking Putin's Censorship campaign early last year, just after Russia invaded Ukraine. And that campaign uses digital advertising to show ads in Russia to help Russians understand what's going on in Ukraine. And the reason I mention it here is that behind the scenes, there's been a lot of cross-party cooperation between Labour, Conservatives, and myself. I wish I could tell you the names of the people, because I'm very thankful, I'm very grateful to them. But it turns out when you do something that really pisses off Vladimir Putin, most people don't want their name associated with it. So we have well over 100 people who've been involved in the campaign in various ways, but 5 of us have been willing to sort of put that out there in public. So I'd just like to say thank you very much to my Labour and Conservative collaborators for the help they've given me on that campaign.
Great. We've actually got a couple of minutes more, so I'm going to sneak another question in. So my last question is on devolution. So obviously, London led the way for city devolution some 23 years ago. Since then, we've seen the creation of combined authorities. Some of the trailblazer deals, in some ways, have outflanked what we have in London. So my final question is, does London need anything more in terms of devolution, and what would that look like?
Absolutely. Every rich country has more powers at city level for their cities than London does. We're actually quite weak compared to pretty much everywhere. And I think health and infrastructure would be the obvious places to start. The idea that you should run all national health policies for a country of 60 million people is really unworkable. At regional level, actually, there's a lot you can do to integrate health. Obviously, transport and health go together very strongly in London, and therefore, actually, combining those would be a very good idea. Secondly, on infrastructure, we know that building more infrastructure, particularly transport infrastructure in London, is really good for people's health, but it's also very good for the economy. That is something where the mayor could have a lot more powers, and it's one of these things where actually London will get a lot more revenue as London government if it can invest more. Right now, its powers are too constrained.
Thank you very much for coming in today. Thank you, Rob.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
Thanks, Rob. Thanks, Antonio, for that super insightful conversation. Now, the next is actually one of my favorite segments of these conferences, because at Centre for London, although we really enjoy big picture structural policy making that is, of course, evidence-based, we also really enjoy hearing about how these policies and others influence local communities. Now, Antonio and Rob spoke about ensuring that the changes we make are the changes that local communities want and need, which is why I'm so pleased to welcome Rosario Guimba Stewart, the CEO of Lewisham Refugee and Migrant Network, who will tell us about the great work she's doing down there. Welcome.
Good morning. I will be presenting the challenges refugees, asylum seekers, and migrants face and our calls to the next London mayor. I will be using sanctuary seekers as an umbrella term for refugees, asylum seekers, and migrants. I'm Rosario Guimba Stewart, and I'm the CEO of Lewisham Refugee and Migrant Network, or LRMN. LRMN started in Lewisham in 1991, but over the years, we expanded our services and our geographical remit. We now operate in many London boroughs. Every year, we see thousands of sanctuary seekers needing advice on immigration, housing, and welfare benefits. We provide counseling to women who survived gender-based abuse. We help sanctuary seekers access health services, emergency funds, and food parcels. And we campaign for change alongside our service users. Some of our successes are, with our service users, we campaigned for free school meals for all primary school children, regardless of their parents' immigration status. Lewisham implemented this before it was nationally applied. Our service users engaged in the NHS charging inquiry and recommended changes to Lewisham and Greenwich Hospital Trust charging policy. The Trust is now implementing those changes. We campaigned for safe surgeries, and we have 100% sign-up in Lewisham, and Greenwich is now actively promoting this. Lewisham became the first Council of Sanctuary, and Greenwich has also now been recognized as a Council of Sanctuary. We celebrate these successes, but we also know that there is still a long way to go. The hostile environment, which started many years ago, is causing so much suffering, uncertainty, and destitution to so many sanctuary seekers. So how is the hostile environment being sustained? First, the NRPF, or no recourse to public funds. It is a condition associated with certain immigration statuses. Local authorities can provide support to NRPF parents with children under Section 17 of the Children's Act. People with NRPF are often more likely to be destitute, in debt, homeless, and living in precarious conditions. There are members of our community who are NRPF, who pay taxes, work, and yet are not afforded any safety net for when things go wrong. We understand that NRPF is a national policy, but we want the next mayor to encourage all local authorities to take the rights-first approach, which means encouraging NRPF teams to become safeguarding teams, first and foremost, rather than treating people with suspicions when they ask for help. Encourage the government to expand childcare hours for parents who have NRPF, allowing them to access 30 hours of free childcare. Encourage local authorities to fund advice and end irregular immigration status. And finally, to push for the end of NRPF policy. Our second call is about the NHS charging. Healthcare is vital to have communities that are safe, healthy, and thriving. We've heard of too many horrifying stories of people avoiding healthcare for fear of being charged or reported to the Home Office. It is against the principles of the NHS. Our healthcare professionals are not border guards. We want the next mayor to encourage all London hospitals to investigate their own charging policy and take internal steps to mitigate the impact of charging and to ensure that NHS guidance on not charging people who are destitute is being followed. We want the next mayor to call for an end to charging. And finally, the growing anti-refugee laws like the Nationality and Borders Act, the Illegal Migration Act, the 7-day evictions, and the Rwanda Plan are all national policies, and we want our next mayor to make a public stand and oppose these punishing laws, to support borough sanctuary campaigns in all local authorities, to push for the government to open and expand safe routes for people seeking sanctuary, to advocate for sanctuary seekers to be housed safely as an integral part of local communities, to encourage local authorities to remove any remaining Home Office embedded workers within their structure. We must work together to build communities that are sanctuaries for all. We need to take down barriers to allow sanctuary seekers to rebuild their lives. We want our next mayor to take a stand for fairness, justice, and humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosario, for that. Thank you for that powerful statement. We're about to go into our first deep dive panel discussion in a not unrelated topic about what new Londoners need. But first, I'm so pleased to welcome Josh, who's our head of research here at Centre for London. I mentioned earlier that we pride ourselves in our evidence-based policy making and research alongside our Savanta colleagues. But Josh is going to provide some high-level data teasers. I'm calling teasers. We negotiated as to what I'd call these, but this is just a quick overview of the kinds of things that we're seeing coming from the data and what New Londoners need. Welcome, Josh.
Hello, everyone. As Sam said, I'm going to give a teaser about what some of the data tells us about the context here before we go into the panel about what New Londoners need. We just heard really movingly from Rosario about how some of the existing policies affecting Londoners are affecting New Londoners today. I'm just going to take a step back and talk about how many New Londoners there are, what they're coming to London for, and what some of the challenges are that they're facing. So, firstly, how many New Londoners are there? Well, here we have a graph showing from 2010-11 up to 2019-20, the number of new people moving to London from outside of the UK, which is that lighter purple colour, and from within the UK, which is the blue colour. And so you can see in total about 400,000 people move to London each year. Of course, people also move out of London to the rest of the UK and abroad, and the net number of people moving to London in the 2010s was falling and was actually negative in the last couple of years. And it won't surprise any of you in the room here today to hear that London stands out in the UK context in terms of the number of new people who move here. So this map shows you the number of new people moving from across the UK and from across the globe to each region of England. And you can see London sticking out there with those 400,000 people. About over a third of London's migrant population lives in London, and more than a third of people who live in London were born outside of the UK. How is immigration changing? Well, this shows you the total number of people moving to the UK between 2018 and 2022. The orange line at the top there is the total number of new people moving to the UK. And you can see that that rose following the pandemic. Maybe some of that is due to people holding off while the pandemic was going on, but also some of it is due to more people coming through humanitarian routes from Ukraine and from Hong Kong. And so we should expect to see more New Londoners over the last couple of years and maybe the years to come. Why do people move to the UK? Well, there's a number of reasons. This shows for each year from 2018 to 2022, the reasons that people gave for moving from outside of the EU to the UK as a whole. And we can see that the leading reasons there were to study, about 40% of people, to work, about 30%, about 1 in 10 coming here claiming asylum, and a growing number of people moving through humanitarian routes, as I mentioned. And when moving to the UK, why move to London? Well, I think everyone in the room here knows the draw of London for those who are choosing to move to a place, the higher income available, the cultural offer, the diversity of the city, all set it apart from other places, not just in the UK, but also across the globe. But there are challenges that people moving to London will face as well. One of those challenges is one we'll hear about a lot today, which is the cost of living crisis. And here you can see data from our polling partners, Savanta. We asked a representative group of Londoners whether they agreed with a set of statements. The one on the top left is, "I'm struggling to make ends meet." And you can see we've asked this from 2020, June 2020 on the left, moving over to just September a couple of months ago on the right. And broadly, the picture has been getting worse. This is all Londoners here. And you can see that over a third of people say they're struggling to make ends meet. 50% of people say that they don't have enough money to spend on the things that they enjoy. And we know that that's actually worse for those people who moved to London within the last year. Another challenge that people may face on moving to London is the reception that they'll receive. Now, London is a city known for its diversity, for its openness and welcomingness. This shows data from YouGov polling Londoners between 2019 and this year. And on the top, it shows the proportion of people who agree that overall, immigration to the UK over the last 10 years has mostly been good for the UK. So winning out against those who think it's mostly been bad, but that gap appears to have been narrowing over the last year or so. And finally from me, back to our polling that we've done with Savanta, we asked people about a range of possible interventions the government might use to improve things for New Londoners. And this shows you the top three of those the people ranked in the top three priorities for government. The first one there is allowing refugees to work while waiting for a decision on their claim for asylum. The second is offering more and better English classes for new migrants. And the third is introducing a London-specific visa so that more skilled migrants can come and live here. So there's just a few potential options. I'm sure we'll hear about many more in the panel discussion to come. And that's it from me. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Josh. Teaser well delivered. I'm sure people will be clicking through immediately to see the full rendition. Things are happening around me, that's good. So, this is our first panel, and I'm really excited to first announce that there's actually going to be a bit of a change of speakers. So Josh was originally going to chair this panel, but instead we have the wonderful Shadi Brazel to do so, which I'm happy to announce. And she will announce the rest of the panelists, but really we're going to unpick some of the issues that Josh spoke about, but also other things as well that we think New Londoners might need. So without further ado, Shadi, please, to the stage. Thank you.
I'm going to sit at the far end so everyone can fill in behind me. Hello. Nice to be here. Thanks very much for having me, Centre for London. And I'm not going to do a big, long introduction of all of our panellists. I'm going to get them to introduce themselves. But I thought I'd say hello from me. So as Sam said, I'm Shadi. As you can see, I'm currently the head of Cabinet Office at the London Borough of Ealing. I'm totally unqualified to be chairing this panel for two reasons. The first is that I'm actually totally a lifelong Londoner. I was born at King's College Hospital and I never left. So I'm not qualified to talk about really what New Londoners need. And the second is that I'm really not an asylum expert, or actually I really love that turn of phrase that was used, sanctuary seekers. My only kind of interaction really is that I've got a background in housing. So I know a little bit about how difficult it is to find and afford housing in the capital. And also at Ealing, we're trying to become a borough of sanctuary. So that's my kind of only professional interface with this topic. So I'm very, very glad to be joined by far more qualified panellists. So if I could ask them to join me on stage. Don't be shy. So I'm joined by Emma, Victoria, Paulina, and Tom, who I'll maybe indicate by order when they sit themselves down. Great. So welcome. So we have Paulina, Victoria, Emma, and Tom. So I was wrong in my order. And so maybe in that order, I'll get you to introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about why you're here, but also some of the main challenges that you think New Londoners face.
You're looking straight at me, so I'm starting, I assume. So hi, everyone. My name is Paulina Tamborrell. I'm a lead organizer at Citizens UK. And I guess I have two hats on. I am a New Londoner-ish. I've been here for 8 years. I'm Mexican. I'm very proudly Latin American, which I only discovered when the Latin American community in London embraced me. But my kind of professional hat on is I'm a lead organizer in Citizens. I'm head of migrant and refugee organizing in our charity. And what we do is community organizing. So we bring all sorts of communities across the UK together so that we can figure out what's important to those communities and that we can create change and make their lives better. In London, we have about 230 civil society organizations that we organize from schools, parent groups, charities, universities. And that's, I guess, the main reason that I'm here.
Great, thanks very much. Victoria.
Hi, my name is Victoria. I am the president of Goldsmith Students' Union. I think I'll talk a little bit now about what a student union is. We're not just a bar, although we do have a bar. We're not just about clubs and societies as well. Working at a student union there's never two similar days. One day you can be setting up events and putting up tables and packing things down. The next day you could be talking to students who could be crying on your doorstep because they're facing really personal issues and the role of the SU is not only to advocate for student needs and concerns, but also to make sure that they're heard. And sometimes it's about being that bridge between the university, the institution, and other authorities. It depends on what the issue is. And trying to get solutions. The hardest part is that we cannot solve the issues directly for them, which is the biggest concern. And yeah, what we do is, I think in London, because it's the environment in higher education is much more like a competition. So the amount of support that an SU or a university can give to their students really depends on sort of how well funded they are, especially in London. And I think that has been the biggest challenge because the cost of living crisis, for example, affects all students everywhere. But we just aren't as funded enough to provide the support that we want to give. And I also think that the fact that that phrase exists, the cost of living, it's really jarring to me. And part of what we do is to try and campaign for that and to get, especially within London, greater collaboration between institutions, sharing resources, to really combat this idea that students have to pay their way for an education and also to live while getting an education. Yeah.
Great, thank you very much. Working at SU sounds a little bit like working in local government. You sort of never know what's going to happen next. Enver.
Thanks so much. So I'm Enver, and I'm the Chief Executive of the Refugee Council. We're the largest single provider of services across England for people that come here seeking asylum or as refugees on so-called safe routes, such as the Ukrainian scheme, or there's an Afghan scheme at the moment, and there have been various resettlement schemes. My mother came to London actually as a migrant, fleeing apartheid South Africa, as a South African Indian that was involved in the anti-apartheid movement in the 60s. And my father's family were immigrants, Jewish immigrants, actually into the northwest, into Merseyside. So I was born round the corner from here in University College Hospital. I then migrated north to Manchester to become a proud Mancunian, and am now back in London for the last 20 years as a proud Londoner. I think one of the biggest challenges we face in London is, as Rosaria says, really, it's two words. It's the hostile environment. It's a hostile environment that treats people that come here as refugees as a subclass of individuals who are not deserving of the treatment of other people. They are given second-class treatment in a multiplicity of ways that Rosario very eloquently set out. But also, just as a couple of examples today, if you're living in a hotel in London, in the asylum system, and as the Home Secretary, the Immigration Minister, said last week, he wants to move people out of hotels and close hotels, which is positive. No one should be in a hotel. It's mismanagement of the asylum system that has led people to being in hotels. But people aren't being moved on with humanity and dignity. They're being given 7 days to leave. And there are people sleeping rough across London as we speak who have been allowed to stay as refugees. Imagine that. Imagine being uprooted from your home. Imagine if what was happening in Ukraine was happening here. If we were uprooted from our homes, we sought safety somewhere, we were given safety, and then we were uprooted to be living on the street, homeless. It doesn't have to be like this. These are political choices, and they're political choices to be made by central government, local government, which then has to try and manage the challenges it faces. But I would just ask you to think about the reality of what it's like coming here as someone who has lost everything through no fault of their own and is facing multiple barriers, unnecessary hostility, simply because they're a victim of things that have happened to them that are no fault of their own.
That's really powerful. Thank you very much. Tom.
Thank you very much. I'm Tom Bruce. I'm as it says, the portfolio holder for regeneration and development in the London Borough of Hounslow. a bit like was said earlier, I feel a bit of an imposter up here, as in I have lived in London, lived in Hounslow all my life, and I'm not from an immigrant background. However, in my role, I am incredibly fortunate to be able to get to talk to people right across Hounslow about the good things that Hounslow has to offer, and there are many, but also the issues that our communities are facing. And I mean, I'm not going to repeat all that was said just now, but I absolutely agree with a vast majority of it. There are many, many difficulties that local government face because of the political choices by the national government, and I'm sure we'll get into that in a bit. But it's great to be here and to be able to talk with people with such great knowledge on this subject, and to be able to speak to you all. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So I'm actually going to start with a question that wasn't in my briefing note for Paulina and for Enver, and then I really want to get into the kind of cost of living challenges that have come up from Victoria and Tom. So I guess for you guys, first of all, what struck me as I was listening earlier is how important is language in this topic?
Oh, everything. It's everything. I have met people that have been in this country for 16, 18 years and are too afraid to leave their home because they can't speak the language and because they encounter hate when they get lost. So having access to ESOL provision is absolutely essential for them to integrate into, a healthy community, a community that allows them to thrive. But also, if you don't know the language, you are so vulnerable to all sorts of abuse. Not only from the system and missing out on things that you're entitled to, but also exploitation in the marketplace, exploitation from relationships. When you can't communicate, it is very difficult to access your rights. To be honest, it's difficult to access your rights when you do know the language, but accessing health, accessing benefits, being able to grow in, as a professional or as a provider is incredibly difficult when you don't have access to English lessons. And it's one of that accessibility is something that the City Hall has worked on, and it's something that we think they could expand on things like childcare and the provision of childcare alongside English lessons is not quite where it could be. And that means that not only are predominantly migrant women not accessing English classes, but then you see other inequalities broaden when single moms, women that are experiencing gender-based violence, are less likely to get support and to build the life that they're trying to build because they can't access English classes. But I'll stop there.
No, that's really useful. And you actually answered a better question than I thought I was asking. So my grandma actually died not speaking very good English. She moved from Iran in the 70s. And you could really, it really impacted her ability to integrate, to make friends, to kind of not be lonely as an older person, not rely so much on close family. So that's really important, and we will get to ESOL, I think, when we talk about kind of public policy priorities. So English language, yes, and that is exactly what I said. But what I thought I was asking was how important is the way the words that we use to describe people who are coming to this country and who are trying to make a new life in London. So Enver, maybe you can answer both questions.
Yeah, I mean, I would endorse everything you've said about access to language support, particularly for women and childcare. And it's often the number one issue that people talk to me about when I meet them through our services, that the barriers that exist. And look, it could be easily addressed. I mean, in Canada, they have intensive English language support for all people that arrive as refugees. Good quality that gets them to a position of proficiency in language in a very short period of time. And again, this is a political choice. We need to remember that. On the use of language, the use of language is hugely important. I mean, just think about it. The way the way the government has changed the language and the narrative by defining everyone who arrives having made a very dangerous journey across the world's busiest shipping lane, the Channel, as an illegal is quite extraordinary, because the government's own data shows that at least 2/3, and probably now, given the way decisions are being taken by the Home Office, it will be more like 3/4 of people are allowed to stay as refugees. And then it gets even higher when people appeal against the decisions. So the idea that all those people are just being labelled as illegal is a purposeful political agenda to try and change the narrative, change the public perception. And I think the language when some politicians use of invasion, of people being overwhelmed, the immigration minister accused the opposition the other day in the House of Commons of all the new towns that the leading opposition party wants to create and has pledged to create, the leader of the opposition. The immigration minister said, if you're in power, they'll be full of immigrants. Well, I mean, that is just not true. And I think if politicians whip up fear of immigrants in a way that is disproportionate, that is not responsible, it fuels the activity of those that want to seed hatred and division within our communities. And there's very clear evidence from the charity Hope Not Hate that monitors the activity of the far right, where you can see a clear link between dangerous political rhetoric from mainstream politicians and the activity of the far right. So language hugely matters.
Thank you very much for that. It strikes me as just sort of mind-bogglingly irresponsible, really. But we'll get on to kind of cost of living, and then we'll move through to sort of some of the public policy changes and maybe some cultural changes that we want to see. So, Victoria, you mentioned cost of living. Tell us a little bit more about the challenges that students are facing and what you think might sort of ease that burden in the sort of medium or long term.
Sure. I'll share some findings that the National Union of Students survey found last year. They did a cost of living study of over 4,500 students, which found that more than a quarter of the student body are left with just £50 after rent and bills. 42% of students are surviving off less than 100 after rent and bills. And I think particularly for international students and commuter students, this issue is even worse. In London, transport is so expensive, and there is no real sort of subsidy for students beyond the student discount on the 18+ card, which is a season ticket. So it's still a lump sum payment. It doesn't take away the pressure of having to afford that. The biggest issue, I think, is especially for international students, is the idea of this hostile environment almost cannot be applied. It isn't thought as applicable to students because it's a very transactional relationship. It's just they're here for a limited time, and the idea, the rhetoric around international students is they're only here to take, but actually they give so much. I mean, London is really well connected, and in the course that I did, I have friends now in literally every part of the world, and I can't tell you how powerful that is, not only for London, for the institutions, but also for the student. And there's so much potential there to create growth and real impact all over the world, and to be that facility for that. But cost of living pressures and other sort of inequalities really are driven by a rhetoric that limits sort of this really enabling everyone to succeed. There's a lot of focus on who students are, who international students are, when actually we should be looking into how internal structures within universities, but also within London as the part of the UK with many, many institutions and a bustling sort of a student community, how internal structures exacerbate the real society issues and cost of living pressures that then limit the potential of students to succeed, and also limit the potential of the institution to really provide and deliver the educational experience that they say and that they want to provide. So I think when we talk about cost of living, and it's a really repeated phrase all the time, but it's sort of desensitized us now because we've heard it so much. But actually, we really need to think about the inequalities that are at the base of the cost of living pressures in order to really alleviate that. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a perfect segue into what I was going to ask Tom, which is, so we've heard from Victoria about how this affects students in particular, but the sort of the cost of living crisis and the systemic inequalities that kind of baked into the system don't just apply to new Londoners. They've applied to Londoners kind of through the ages. It's always been an expensive place to live. And so I guess to broaden it slightly, do you see from a local government perspective, particularly maybe when it comes to things like housing affordability, massive differences between the challenges for new Londoners and challenges for low-income Londoners generally?
I think the situation with affordability of housing is getting worse. I think we can all see that. We all feel that, and we all know that. Hounslow across the decades has been incredibly welcoming for new Londoners, whether that's from abroad or whether that's from in the country. I think there was a statistic earlier that said a third of new Londoners were born abroad. Well, in Hounslow, it's half of our population were born abroad. There's obviously something that's drawing people to London. There's clearly, for me, something that's drawing lots of things that are drawing people to Hounslow. New London, people want to live in London, people want to live in Hounslow, they want to be here. There are economic advantages to that. But in terms of the interest rates, in terms of the lack of affordable housing that is available, only exacerbates that issue. I mean, you know, there are descriptions there about how difficult it can be on a really personal level. You're down to your last £50. You know, that's a very, very scary place to be. You know, from a personal perspective, I remember that as a student, but I had the bank of mum and dad to go back to. I'll be honest about, you know, my fortunate position. Lots of people don't have that. And that's where local councils and local governments can and should be stepping in. We do step into that space and we do provide a huge amount of support. There's lots of ESOL training that happens within our work Hounslow and our adult education teams, and I think that's incredibly important. Before I had this portfolio, I led on education and children's services, which included that adult education. It was a real drive for us. Lots of good funding from the mayoral team, but lots of political will from me and the team in Hounslow in order to make that happen. And we know from what people are saying to us after carrying, you know, doing that ESOL training and doing those interwork programs, how great they feel about what they're able to do in their communities. It means they can step outside their door. It means they can go and feel they can get better jobs. It means the cost of living is eased a little bit for them. So we want to provide those the housing for people. We want to provide the jobs. We do that, I think, magnificently in the face of extremely difficult pressures. Some of those are market-based, but some of those are national policy-based that make it incredibly hard for us to do the things that we want to do. So we hear that from people. It is getting worse in some cases, but I think I know there are policy things nationally down to local government that can ease that pressure. There was a conversation about devolution earlier. I don't think it's just about devolution to regions or to cities. It's about devolutions right down to a local level, right down to councils, and from councils out in to communities, asking people in those boroughs, certainly a borough like Hounslow, and asking people in Hounslow, asking people out in those communities exactly what they want. We do that, but it's about giving us the powers from national government and regional government in order to do that, which I feel will ease those pressures on people in their homes.
Tom and I could sit here all day and talk about local government devolution, but we won't. So I have a technical question from Slido actually, which maybe I'll direct to Enver if that's okay. And it's quite a specific question. So how many safe routes actually are there? It kind of seems as if we've closed them all.
That is a really good question, and if the government was here, they'd say, well, we've massively expanded safe routes, and they'd point to the Ukrainian scheme, of which there has been around 200,000 people coming, both on a visa scheme and to join family members, a separate family scheme, and they'd point to what is known as the BNO scheme for people from Hong Kong, which is more of an economic route rather than a humanitarian refugee route. But The reality is the safe routes that are the staple, if you like, of means for people seeking safety as refugees to get to the UK have been reducing. And the two main ones are what's called a resettlement programme that is run via the United Nations and what are called family reunion schemes. So if you can join a family member who's already in the UK, and the numbers coming through both of those main safe routes have actually been declining and are not yet at pre-pandemic levels. And the government has made no commitment to expand those safe routes in any shape or form. And then where there is a new safe route, like for Afghans, the numbers are really quite limited. And it's not surprising that if you look at the main nationality of people taking that terrible, dangerous journey across the Channel, is Afghans. If there were more ways for Afghans to join family members already in the UK to come on safe routes, they wouldn't be taking those dangerous journeys. So I think there is a real need to expand safe routes. But at the same time, the government should not be extinguishing the right to asylum. You know, people for generations have always had to take dangerous journeys from Iran, you know, back fleeing Nazi Germany, fleeing Idi Amin's regime in Uganda, fleeing Syria. Some people will always have to take dangerous journeys. And if they have to do that, it's imperative that we treat them with humanity and we give them a fair hearing. Because look, after all, fairness is a great British value that we should always be upholding.
Thanks very much. I think lots of like vigorous nodding, which is great. Just a little note on the Slido. I'm being sort of flagrantly quite populist, so do vote for the questions that you want answered, and I'll mostly because I can't be bothered to scroll. So do let me know what you want to hear from the panel on. And so actually, to go against literally what I just said, there's a really good question here about areas with fewer migrants seeing immigration as a kind of bigger issue, and so I guess. Maybe starting with Tom and Victoria and Pauline, if you've got anything to add, how does familiarity reduce the worry of the other? And how can we create more meaningful connections between communities? Because I know in Hounslow that will be a kind of a big part of the council's work.
Yeah, I think we have a very large, as I said, you know, half the population were born abroad, and we have been incredibly welcoming for people coming into the borough. That obviously creates an environment. We have politically tried to create an environment that is welcoming for people and wanting to come in and ensure that people feel safe and secure and are not trying to think of the right word, tarnished with, you know, other phrases that might be used elsewhere. That doesn't stop there being difficulty with that integration, though, because even people who have come here can feel, well, I'm here, but I'm struggling, so why should you be welcoming in others? And then that's going to mean both of us will be struggling. And I get that feeling, but it's about us saying, and it's about the political choices and saying, no, what we are here to do is welcome people into the country, into London, into our borough, so that we can all succeed. And these are the reasons, politically, as a Labour politician, why that's right and why that can work. I won't go on about devolution again, but there are plenty of other things that could be done alongside that. But we have a big migrant population, doesn't mean there aren't tensions, but it is incumbent on the council and politicians to answer those and to talk about those in a positive way.
Thanks for that. I think that point about established diaspora communities and their kind of attitude to new waves of migration is really, really interesting. Anything to add on kind of community cohesion and creating a sort of welcoming and connected community environment?
Yeah, I'll just say something briefly, because I think that's a lot of the work that we do at Citizens UK, kind of bringing different communities together. And I think there's two things that are worth noting. It is convenient for different stakeholders to have someone to blame. And it's easier to just think that is, you know, like this cost of living crisis, this housing crisis, climate crisis, all of this, it's very easy to, and it's lazy, to just say there is this one evil community, the migrant community, that is responsible for all of these things. It's a shortcut. And I think that's what we've been seeing increasingly in the narrative, that actually this fairly small group of people seeking sanctuary in this country is somehow responsible for everything that has gone wrong in the past 10, 15 years. So I think the first thing is to do a bit of like myth busting constantly, you know, kind of like as individuals, but also as institutions, whether that's government institutions or civil society institutions, that actually these people are vulnerable people seeking sanctuary and they're not responsible for either economic crisis or bad political decision making. And I think that's really important. And then the other thing that I think is important, it's this sense that if people obviously don't know each other, they'll misunderstand each other, and it's easier to then blame the other. So there's, I mean, very well documented like intergroup contact theories and, you know, community cohesion of programs or places that bring people together to build relationships. And we see that sometimes in schools and universities, where you are in contact with people that are perhaps not like you in some ways, and then you can build understanding and solidarity, and then when these myths hit, you're much more kind of cognizant that actually that's not true. But increasingly, we're seeing kind of echo chambers and siloed communities that are not interacting with one another. And when you get a community that is perhaps predominantly white, that has not seen a lot of migration, all of a sudden have a big wave of migration, if those avenues of connection are not facilitated, you could understand why all of these misunderstandings and lack of integration happen. So I think there is a role for civil society institutions to play in facilitating those connections, but also in government in creating or funding programs that can do that.
Go ahead, yeah.
I just wanted to add to that really quick. I think from the university perspective, we really need to step away from this assessment model of like providing that support and that like English language skill, for example. We really need to amplify like the community and connect that with community. It's not about assessing, it's as much about ensuring that every institution, and I use the word institution to reference universities, but also councils and like the London as an institution, to have the cultural competency as well, to say that like, I mean in the specific context of universities, you are providing a program of education, not a knowledge system. And people who come here, whether they're students or refugees or migrants, we are not detached from the world. And to sort of isolate an individual's being as like entirely foreign and alien and requiring like shaping and molding into the sort of box of being in the UK and in London is that would be wrong, because it wouldn't work anyway. And that's really fueled by this assessment model of like, we're going to provide you this, but this like skill, but also let's test you of how good you are, and then that creates like a hierarchy.
Yeah, so difficult. Yeah, to go ahead.
Just to jump back in on something, I mean, I absolutely agree with the points that are made there. It's very, very important. But I also wanted to emphasise, you know, that we need to be emphasising the contribution that migrants have made to the country and this city, and certainly to my borough, and that can make going forward. You know, that I met in one of our contingency hotels that we have in Hounslow. I met, I think he was from Iran, but is a doctor, but he's not been able to work, which seems crazy to me, that we've got that situation where people with incredible skills already, incredible opportunities to gain new skills and to work and contribute to our society, are not able to do so. And then, as I said earlier, you know, even when they get their refugee status, aren't considered part of society because they're homeless or put in temporary accommodation, and that's not the right way to be. But it's that contribution is an incredibly important part of that whole ecosystem.
Great. So my very useful but very intimidating clock is running down. So I will just draw us to a bit of a close on. So I guess two. If we could each answer two questions in one. The first question is, so if you could get an incoming Mayor of London to change one thing, what would it be? And the second question, which is from Slido, is is a central government question, but specifically about how they engage with civil society how they engage civil society in decision making to develop a more supportive environment for immigrants. So let's do the same way we did instructions. So we'll start with Paulina and come this way, if that's all right.
Okay, so if I could advocate for one change from the incoming Mayor of London, I think it would be free bus travel for asylum seekers. Considering the powers that the Mayor have, obviously national policy and having their support to change national policy would be important, but actually something that's within their remit is Transport for London. And asylum seekers are trapped in their hotels, sometimes with £47 a week, sometimes with £9 a week, to make do. You have parents that can't take their kids to school because it's too expensive, so they're sending kids that don't know English yet on a bus, who knows where, to get lost. It's absolutely horrific. They can't make immigration appointments, they can't make medical appointments, they can't go to ESOL classes because they can't navigate the city. So free bus travel for asylum seekers, I think, would be my top ask for consideration from the incoming mayor. And I think the second one on including communities in decision-making around making the space more welcoming. I mean, that's what Citizens UK does, and I think having strong relationships between MPs and constituencies and facilitating those conversations would be a place to start. But then also, how can we build infrastructures within the parliamentary process, like all-party parliamentary groups, committees, and so on, so that communities actually have access to ministers? Because one thing is to have a local meeting with your MP and present a case about how change could be made or the difficulties that your community is experiencing, but it's very different to then have that presented into cabinet.
Great, thanks. Victoria?
For me, I think I would really hope that the next mayor can facilitate more collaboration between institutions, universities in London to provide support for students, that it's not like a competition. I mean, for example, if a student who lives in West London and studies in Southeast London and they find themselves homeless for some reason, to get like support from the council, for example, it's better for them to stay within their area, but the university is in Southeast London, so there has to be some policy that allows for that. I think some kind of provision for transport, free transport for students, to be honest, is a dream for me. But like discounts that aren't just a season pass that is a lump sum payment in itself would be really helpful. And for the second question, I think it's really, really important for people in power to respect and amplify and fund the community organizations go from bottom up, because they will know best. And there is no way that we can facilitate improvement for people when we are working on a perspective of those people. And I think there is this, usually in universities, I like to use the term a fetish for data. And data is very useful, but it will only tell you the story that you want to see. If you don't listen to the community organizations and respect them and amplify their work, there are many interconnected and holistic ways of issues that can come up that you just won't be able to see. It would be a blind spot. So that it's really important to amplify and respect community organizations.
Great. All right. This is turning out to be a little bit expensive for Sadiq, but we'll see what we can do. Enver.
Okay, so two things very quickly. I mean, one specific thing that Sadiq could do is a rent deposit scheme for people to support them once they've got refugee status to get into stable accommodation. Secondly, what we need is a London-wide integration strategy. It may sound grand, but you can harness the power of civil society, of businesses, of local authorities, of community organizations to come together and create a bottom-up integration strategy that would allow much better join-up resource to support people to integrate. You know, businesses could make commitments in the way they've done around mental health in recent years, and you could get far better outcomes because, and this is my final point, whilst we tend to focus on the negative, the communities that are struggling to integrate, let's celebrate the integration. I'm of mixed parentage. You know, my parents came from different culturally different communities, Muslim and Jewish, they came together. I can see a variety of faces in this audience which talk of great integration in our communities. The number of people in our communities that are from mixed parentage is growing. It is a phenomenal reflection on how, as a country, we have allowed people. There are barriers, there are challenges. Of course there's been racism. I experienced racism as a child. My mother couldn't get jobs in London because she was deemed not to be of the right skin complexion. Of course there's been barriers, but there's been huge, remarkable steps taken forward about how communities have integrated, have come together across cultural divides and have lived happily and successfully, and we should celebrate that too.
I think that all three ideas are extremely good, and I certainly subscribe to the idea about ensuring that we are as integrated and have the understanding of variety of backgrounds and communities from right across the world. You know, I feel incredibly privileged to have grown up in Hounslow because it's so diverse. It certainly shaped the way I feel about London and our country and the world and all different types of communities. I mean, my focus, going back to, I lead on immigration and refugees in Hounslow alongside the portfolio, within the portfolio, but focusing on the title, the regeneration and development bit of my title. It's about building homes and houses for people. Whatever regional government and national governments can do and should be doing, they need to do to get that sorted. We've got a situation in Hounslow where we are building and have built and committed to building 1,000 council homes in our administration. We did it the last 4 years, we did it the 4 years before that. We're doing it these 4 years in the administration. But we also have a situation where there are potential for 1,500 homes on 2 brownfield sites that the Secretary of State has delayed, it's been called in, has delayed a decision on 5 times. How long does it take to make a decision on 1,500 homes? I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying there aren't difficulties within communities doing that. We heard about that this morning, about making sure that people are included in those decisions and all those kind of things. But providing that for people is an absolute fundamental to what it means to be living in Britain and in a civil society, a roof over someone's head and feeling safe and secure in this country. So housing.
Great. Well, it leaves me to say thank you very much to the panel. And I guess also on a personal note, thank you very much to Centre for London for inviting me to chair. As the daughter of mixed parentage and one half of a mixed marriage, it's really great to be able to sit and talk about this sort of thing. So thank you very much for having us. And I think I'm handing back over to Sam. So we will vacate and let Sam do his thing.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, guys. That was a really, really powerful conversation. And from my perspective, it just really exemplifies why I enjoy being part of the Centre for London, such a rich tapestry of conversation across the different vectors of, I guess, organizations that would be touching this. So if you're interested in some of this work, please do continue to get involved. Thanks again to Shadi and the panel. I encourage you to just keep an eye out for the website and some of the data we'll be publishing on these things, and of course our social media, of course with our partners at Savanta. Now, thankfully, I'm here to inform you that we're going for a break. I'm also here to inform you, though, that please be back by about 11:20, at which point we'll get straight into our next mayoral conversation. So breaks across the road. See you at 11:20. Thank you. Just trying to identify what that noise might be. I think we're okay to, maybe it's a sit down, welcome back noise. I'm waiting for someone to give me a nod to proceed. Should we just push on? Good. Ooh. And so it was done. Welcome back, everyone. Looks like it was a successful break. We have broadly the same number of people that left and have come back. Let's see if we can keep that up throughout the afternoon. Thanks to everyone who participated in this morning's conversation. It's still morning, but the pre-break conversation, and I expect that the session between now and lunch will be just as fantastic. I'm pleased to welcome Zoe in our next installation of mayoral candidates conversation. Zoe is a member of the Green Party, and she is looking to become the next mayor at the next mayoral elections, and she will be interviewed, or not interviewed, there will be a convivial conversation with our CEO, Antonia. Welcome both.
Good morning, Zoe.
Hello.
Hello, thank you for coming to speak to us all. So, as you know, today's theme is is London in crisis. So that's the starting point for all of these chats today. So, in your opinion, is London in crisis, and if so, why?
Thank you for having me, and thank you to the Centre of London for putting on this conference and for having that as such a bold title, because I think people are experiencing that London is in crisis. London experiences a lot of what we experience nationally and hear about nationally just as a microcosm in our city. So things we've been hearing about from speakers today, the housing crisis, our NHS being on the brink of collapse. In London, our police service in disarray. And I think all these things are felt by individuals every day in their everyday lives. I hear this all the time as a councillor and out as a campaigner. But I think what we need to be talking about, and it was great hearing from the speakers before, are the solutions. And as a Green Party, we think that some of the solutions can solve multiple crises. So tackling damp and mouldy homes with insulation brings bills down, keeps people healthy, as well as tackling the climate crisis. So it's looking for those solutions that tackle all of those crises.
Great, thank you. And I think key to a lot of London's issues is housing. And I'm sure that everyone in this room would agree that we do need more housing and good quality, affordable housing in London. But I guess what I want to ask you is, local communities are often resistant to more house building, and the Green Party generally favour more local control. So how do you reconcile those two things, the need for more local control and also more house building at a time when local communities sometimes are resistant?
So our housing crisis is experienced in a number of ways by a number of people, and I think a lot of this is about fairness and really recognising, we do have excessive numbers of people in temporary accommodation, increasing numbers of street homelessness, especially young people. And we need to be really looking at those solutions, calling for the government for more funding into social housing projects for local government. But there's a lot that we could be doing locally, and I don't think these things need to act in kind of conflict. So we know that we've got the highest number of empty homes since 2010, so we need to be looking at how we tighten up regulation around that and bring those back into use. As the Greens, we really talk about making sure that our council stock is in good condition, making sure that we're retrofitting and keeping that in good quality, so we're not demolishing and rebuilding and making, a lot of those projects we see a net loss of council homes, as well as the trauma experienced by people who live through those regeneration schemes. I've talked to lots of people who've really found that experience kind of isolating and stressful. So it's looking at the complexity of the situation, not just looking at that one solution of building homes. It's looking at the other solutions of bringing those back into use, making sure we're not demolishing and net losing homes, and also pushing for the London plan to stipulate that there should be an increased requirement for more social homes to be built in more, the new project developments, so more like 50% of social housing.
Great, thank you. Obviously, you've mentioned the need for London to rapidly advance to net zero and the need for a green economy. But within London, of course, over the last few years, we've seen a lot of fallout around ULEZ. So I wanted to ask you if you would have introduced ULEZ, and also on the flip side, what do you say to those people who may be nervous about a Green Party candidate becoming mayor, because it does mean that they will have to give up potentially more driving?
So ULEZ is part of a strategy, and it needs to be part of a fair, coherent transport strategy in the city. I think, the aims of ULEZ are all around clean air and making sure that people live in environments where their children can play out and breathing in clean air, where people are able to move around the city in a really kind of safe and healthy way. We in the Greens were talking about expanding ULEZ previously. So when the inner was made into the ULEZ, we would have done it across the whole city. So doing it in one go and bringing everyone along at that point and building in the transition at that time. There's a lot more that could have been done to prepare for ULEZ, taking in, really listening to Londoners in outer London around what was needed to make the differences in public transport, but also to make sure that scrappage scheme was, and that's what Greens and City Hall have been really pushing for, more money to be put into the scrappage scheme so people can make that transition. It's all about talking to people about the barriers, and that's what I've been doing kind of locally in my ward, as well as out and across London, like listening to what people really need and bringing them along in that transition. We are the only party talking about the smart, fair, privacy pay per mile road charging. So having a look at all of those charges and thinking about making that fairer, and considering other things within charging, so size of vehicle and emissions, not just,
I guess something that I wanted to unpack a little bit more, which also came up in my chat with Rob Blackie, the Lib Dem candidate, of course, earlier today, was the need for public policy to make sure that it foregrounds community engagement, community cohesion. And I think you can see the fallout of that being done perhaps imperfectly through issues, around ULEZ, but through to also issues around the Met Police, I think. So I guess my question is, as mayor, what more do you think should be done with regards to community engagement, community co-creation of policy, etc.?
I'm really passionate about people having more power over their lives, community and homes. A lot of the way that the Greens work in City Hall is all around bringing more people into City Hall, holding people to account, listening to those voices, from anything around kind of concerns around privacy, around the ULEZ cameras, to people who've bereaved from road traffic accidents. It's, hearing those voices, I think, is incredibly important, because people are experts in their own lives and know the solutions that are needed. In terms of the Met Police, I think what we're hearing is that because trust and confidence is so low, the people that tend to engage in the police community engagement aren't a spectrum of the community. So it's making sure, and I work in my ward around, I've helped to set up a community space where people can talk about the issues with the police, and then representatives take that to the police. So it's not creating, because it's recognising that many communities, the police are such a imposing and negative force for them that they don't want to complain, they don't want to engage in feeding back. So I think it's, looking at different ways for people to engage in consultation and to have power. We also really push for more citizens' assemblies and bringing more power to people, pushing for young people to have the opportunity to put in budget amendments. So it's really just opening up City Hall and thinking about doing democracy differently and sharing that power from the City Hall.
Thank you. So I wanted to turn to your experience and background. You're obviously an opposition Green Party councillor in Hackney. And I wondered if you felt that was enough experience, and you more generally had enough experience to become Mayor of London.
So public sector and public service delivery run through my family. So both my parents were teachers. My dad of a small primary school, and my mum a special educational needs and disability coordinator at a large secondary school. And this just taught me the importance of public, kind of this public sector as well as kind of public duty, also about equality and inclusion. And I had this huge sense of public duty, and that's what led me to work in the NHS and the public sector for over 10 years. I've had senior roles in public health, in adult social care, as well as in children's health commissioning, doing things like working with parents to make sure that we can bring their children back from out-of-borough placements, making sure that education, health and social care provision locally is a lot stronger. I've more recently been working in the NHS, making sure that our procurement processes, and I know in this room you probably think procurement's great, but I think in times of austerity, we need to be talking about procurement and planning with where the powers and the money are. So looking at how the NHS spends its money so it really maximises that public good and social value is hugely important at this time. So yeah, I've got a huge sense of public duty for tackling inequality and injustice. It led me to work in the NHS and the public sector. It's the same drive that led me to join the Green Party, because we really, really understand and want to tackle the root causes of issues. Just before we came on, we were talking about kind of alternative ways of tackling serious youth violence by kind of protecting youth services and looking at those root causes of what's really happening for people. So it's that combination of experience. I've absolutely loved being the leader of the Green Group in Hackney. It's been an absolute honour to serve the diverse communities in Hackney, to hold the Labour Council to account, to push for more urgent action on the climate emergency, to listen to people and bring their voices in. And I think that's a key plank of, what attracts me to the Green Party, our understanding of our policies, but the way we do politics differently. So, I think that's a range of experience to bring to this campaign and the role of Mayor of London.
Absolutely. And maybe thinking about your role as leader of the Green Group in Hackney, I was wondering, you've obviously listed a few of the things that you're proud of. Is there anything that you wish you could have done but haven't been able to?
Oh, gosh. I think so. One of the things that I'm really proud of working on. So in Dalston, we've got Ridley Road Market, which if anyone's got the honour to have visited, is one of the oldest markets in London. It was started in the 1880s by the Jewish community and now is run by and served predominantly black communities. I've worked with campaigners there for, it's almost 5 years since the first eviction notice was served to evict some of the traders from the very, very important shopping village there. So I'm doing absolutely everything I can to save that shopping village, to make sure that that the market thrives. But I think that what the campaigners talk about is the ecosystem between the market traders, the shops, and the shopping village. And we're doing everything we can to I've been fighting to keep their rents low, to make sure that they're not priced out, so it doesn't change, and the cultural and social importance of that market isn't lost. But what the difficulty is that's impacted by lots of factors around it. So we started off talking about housing, about development, and people being pushed out. And I think that's the difficult thing. It's obviously, there are kind of national impacts from national policy, which are difficult to kind of combat on a local level. But I think it's, taking those challenges and really listening to people and doing what we can at a local level.
Absolutely. I wanted to ask you a question about the new voting system that we have coming in next year. So obviously we have had a change from central government as to how we elect our mayor. I wanted to ask you, what would you say to people that think that a vote for the Greens or potentially the Lib Dems risks splitting the progressive vote?
So firstly, I'd like to say that it's an absolute backward step that this election is done under first past the post, and it was brought in really kind of under the radar in 2021, and lots of people still don't know that that the voting system has changed. We believe in fairer voting. We push for proportional voting, and it's great that we still got the proportional element on the London Assembly, which is where we got our great 3 Assembly members last time and are hoping to get more. And we stand really proudly on our politics and on our policies. I think the presence of us in this election makes it really clear what we stand for. We think people should have the right to vote Green. We're seeing increased support for us across the country. We've now got over 700 councillors. I won under first past the post in my ward last year with one of the strongest Green votes in London. So it's about people voting with their heart. We often say that the worst vote and the most disappointing vote you can do is one you don't believe in. So we're standing proudly on our politics and are hoping to do really well.
Thank you. And final question that I also posed to Rob earlier is just around London's governance. So obviously, the devolution sort of deal that London has is now 23 years old. So my question is essentially, do you think London needs anything else in terms of devolution from central government, and what would that look like?
I love questions about governance. Yeah, I think London needs more power, but also then the mayor needs to be sharing more power with communities. But I think much more control over more of the transport system and the health system would be great for London. Also looking at the metropolitan police powers and where different parts of the Met sit between the national and regional, I think would be important to look at. But yeah, it's all about any system that is failing. I think London needs to have more control over, like our water system, for example. And yet then bringing that power into the city and then sharing that with Londoners through citizens' assemblies and all of those kind of structures of kind of devolved governance, I think is really important to look at.
And just as a quick follow-up, obviously you've got experience as a councillor in Hackney. I was wondering how you felt the GLA could work better with borough councils in London.
I think that convening power that the mayor has to look at bringing people together. I've got experience of the kind of health side of how that convening power works and bringing people together. I think it's a respectful relationship, isn't it? I think councils are under a huge amount of pressure with their dwindling budgets, and I think this year is going to be incredibly difficult for councils. So I think it's how the GLA can work with council leaders in that convening space as a leader, sharing best practice, listening, and then really being that campaigning mayor that London needs back up to the government to add voice to, needing more money for housing, for example.
Thank you, Zoe. It's been lovely to speak to you. Please join me in thanking Zoe Garbett.
Thank you, Antonia. Thank you, Zoe, for the really, really interesting conversations. And now on to another one of my favorite segments, which is the community insight sections. I have a pleasure of introducing Anna Taylor of CPRE London and Matthew Frith of London Wildlife Trust, who will talk to us about biodiversity and the importance of a healthy ecosystem. Anna, Matthew, just come up.
So we are indeed from CPRE London and the London Wildlife Trust, but today we are representing a More Natural Capital Coalition, which is a coalition of environmental charities working together across the capital. These are our members, and together we've got a particular interest in how green space in the capital can help address the climate and biodiversity crises, as well as playing a greater role in nurturing the physical and mental health of Londoners. So to protect our green spaces, we need to rethink and regenerate first our grey spaces. Can it be right to have massive surface car parks in a London context? The area above these are a massive missed opportunity for building affordable housing and mixed-use development. It's a similar story with single-box retail. Could we create more attractive buildings, built a few stories higher, that also provide space for new homes and are an asset rather than an eyesore for their local communities? We also need to rethink our green spaces. This picture is of Epping Forest, and it's part of our vision to try and grow Epping Forest and expand out to and link up with Hainault Forest as an exciting first step towards creating a tree ring, a kind of M25 for nature. Greenbelt has been identified as the top opportunity for woodland creation around the capital, and we think we need a target for 2030 of creating 1,000 new acres of woodland. Currently the target is for 2050, and that just doesn't reflect the urgency of what needs to happen. We also need green spaces that are in very easy walking or cycling distance of our homes. And that's why we need to protect our areas of metropolitan open land. As part of this, we are very keen on creating 10 major new parks for London, on areas of metropolitan open land that are currently threatened. But a key thing to remember is just basically keeping trees and other plants in the ground can often be more impactful than new tree planting. We need to invest in our existing green spaces. And we are in favour of balancing that with well-designed, affordable development that enables nature and housing to grow up together, as you can see in Matthew's next slide.
Thank you, Anna. You've heard already that we're in a climate crisis. You may not be so well aware we're also in a nature crisis, and the two are interlinked. We share our city with 15,000 species of wild fungi, flora and fauna, and a complex myriad of habitats and ecosystems. Without those ecosystems, without that greenery, without that blue space, our city will become increasingly uncomfortable to live in and work in. 50% of Greater London is already green or blue, and there's been a collective push to tip that over to over 50% from work over the last 30, 40 years by local authorities, by community groups and by individuals. And that work will continue. We have had some additional benefits through the Environment Act 2021, with biodiversity net gain being secured for all new development from January next year. That's going to pose some interesting questions about how we can incorporate high quality homes and secure benefits for biodiversity in this increasingly crowded city. But we are confident that we can ensure that the right designs can secure benefits for people and their relationship with nature and provide the growth that the city needs. The Mayor published its Rewilding Task Force report back in April, and some of you may have been hearing about beavers in Enfield and beavers in Ealing the last couple of weeks, and whilst a lot of the kind of media focus is on the kind of megafauna and the large species on the fringes, much of this report is about capturing the work that's been undertaken across the capital over the last 30 years and which you need to still to do more of, which Anna was referring to. And fundamentally, this is not just about the Londoners of today and tomorrow, but our future generations who can have a strong connection with nature which brings all those well-being benefits. Thank you.
Sorry, just to close, 5 minutes is a very short time, so I'd ask you to please Google CPRE London, and we've got our top 10 environmental priorities for London on there. We have lots of other ideas.
Thanks, Anna. Thanks, Matthew. So a couple of days ago, I was ambush is not the right word, but Shadi, who you met recently, and Dan, I was caught in the crossfire as they were having a conversation about beavers. There's a lot going on in that space, some of which is more interesting than than others. But it's such a pleasure to be in those conversations, and I'm learning every day about, as you say, the nature and the biodiversity crisis that's engulfing us, and how we deal with the development crisis and the housing crisis at the same time. So I look forward to speaking with you guys after this. Now, we have a keynote. Keynote feels not the right word for a 5-minute chat, but we have some kind of exaltation from Wendy. Just got to say, so Wendy's the Vice Chancellor here at University of London, and it's thanks to her that we have this wonderful venue. So thank you very much, Wendy.
Thanks, Sam. Because we offer you this building, they give me these 5 minutes. So I hope it doesn't sound too much like a corporate broadcast, but I'll try and make a few points that I'd like to. First off, a welcome to Senate House. We are delighted to once again host the London conference. Some of you will probably know that the building's architect was Charles Holden, and he designed many of the London Underground stations, so he's quite an iconic architect for London. He described Senate House as something that could not have been built by any earlier generation than this, and can only be at home in London. So we like to very much think of it as one of London's great buildings. And it has a rich history. Originally conceived of as the home for all of London's universities, the building became home to the Ministry of Information during World War II. And the room we are in right now was a makeshift press room. In fact, we tell these stories. Could be challenged if they're right or not, but we are told that Senate House was the home, really, of the ubiquitous phrase, keep calm and carry on. And it's said to, I think when the university returned to the building after the war, there was stashes of these pamphlets that hadn't actually been distributed. So these live in our archives in some numbers anyways. So today, not every university in London is located here, but we are firmly located in Bloomsbury's Knowledge Quarter, and therefore we think we're a pretty fitting location for today's event. Some of you may not know what the University of London is. It's been here since 1836, or in London since 1836, and it's changed its role and focus over the years. At the moment, it's a federation of 17 world-class higher education institutions. Big-name universities like UCL, Goldsmiths, LSE, SOAS, King's, Birkbeck, Queen Mary, City, Royal Holloway. There's 17 fantastic universities, which I'm really proud to convene and bring together as part of the Federation of the University of London. But the Central University here in Senate House is home to the School of Advanced Study, which is recognized by Research England really as the National Centre for the Arts and Humanities, and really is the focus for doctoral training, humanities research, and public engagement. We'll be launching Being Human, which I think is a great message really for what humanities bring to the world and what we all exist for really. We'll be launching that next week. And also the University of London is the UK's leading provider of online and distance education. Sometimes people don't see a lot of undergraduate students here at Senate House, but there are 45,000 undergraduate students that we are providing education to where they live in over 190 countries around the world. And to me, that's a really noble cause, because the education becomes accessible. It addresses the brain drain by people not coming to London and staying here, and we've made it pretty much cheaper than it is to attend university here. So altogether, that is really one of our main educational missions. So while the university's presence, as you can see, is felt globally, we are really proud of our roots and our place in London. And we are really committed to making our contribution to London evident. And though I wasn't born in this country, people still ask me where I'm from, but I have actually been here for 40 years. I just haven't learned to speak properly. But I do take immense pride in and pleasure really in being part of London. My professional life here has really worked across many different kinds of public services in the voluntary sector, local authorities, central government. And I've really felt it was a mission and a passion to make services work for people who need them most. And there's a lot to do, but an important mission to pursue. And I've brought that commitment to my role here at the University of London. I think sometimes the universities in London have seemed to be international and not necessarily part of the civic world in London, but I think that's really changed in the last few years, and I'm glad to have brought that perspective to our role. In fact, I chair and we're a founding member of the London Anchor Institution Network, which was launched by the Recovery Board and the Mayor during the pandemic. What is an anchor, you might say? Well, if those of you who do sort of property development, retail always has an anchor. In the older days when they used to have street presence, I'm not sure if it's true any longer, but that idea of an anchor is really the one we bring to thinking about the big institutions in London. If you look at them together, and there's a large network of them that we've convened, look at the money they spend, the people they employ, the properties they own. There's just huge opportunities for each one of those institutions to make decisions in the interests of London and in the interest of Londoners. And in the last 2 years, we've really been making a concerted effort to collaborate together to ensure that we're all doing that. I mean, I used to, I've been at Islington Council, Newnham Council. When we were there, I think there's much more on the mind of local authorities to do those kinds of things, but I don't think it has always been on the front of mind for universities or perhaps some of our other big institutions. So we're really excited about the progress we've made and the potential that these ideas hold. Also, there's over 40 universities in London, and it's one of the world's leading centers for higher education, but also research. And another great ambition that we have is to make London's universities much more at the heart of London's, the solving of London's global challenges, really, and to be, if in our wildest dreams, you know, the R&D centre, really, for London councils and the GLA and the Mayor's office. We want to place this research power and capacity at the heart of London's policy making. I mean, I've worked on both sides of this relationship, so I know it's not a straightforward bridging between policy and research, but I think the potential is huge, and we've made some progress with establishing the London Research and Policy Partnership, doing so with the Greater London Assembly and with the London councils, and we're down to the short list for a very big research grant, which if we get, will really shift the dial, I think, in how we can bridge this working relationship between research and policymakers. So let me thank everyone here who's contributed to these initiatives so far, both the Anchor Institution Network and the research and policy partnerships. Because we're the front in some of this, we have actually been shortlisted in the Times Higher Education Awards for an outstanding contribution to the local community. So really this nomination I should really share with you as much to do with everyone in this room as what we've done at the university. I guess the final thing I'd like to say about universities is that I think we're sometimes seen, because we are such a higher education powerhouse really internationally, and we do attract a lot of foreign students here to London who contribute a great deal, I might say, 43 billion to the country nationally in net terms. But we may give the impression that the universities don't really cater for London's learners. And I'd like to sort of just say how wrong that is. The University of London's Federation members, City, Queen Mary, King's College, UCL and LSE, they were in the top spots in the 2023 Social Mobility Index. And that's for taking students from London and making it possible for them to succeed, access and succeed at university in London. I cracked open our trust fund and have distributed some of the money because I like doing that, to students in London. And that's how they get funded in both residential places and their tuition. So the theme of this conference is London's in crisis. I've been around a long time, since the welfare state's been in crisis, I think, for 50 years. I think there's a point at which a crisis has to kind of move on. So for me, I think of a crisis as being really a turning point, an opportunity. And I think certainly London is looking at lots of choices. I think the post-pandemic environment creates lots of choices for us to make and opportunities for us to create the will collectively to work collaboratively together to make life better for Londoners and to continue to make London the fantastic, successful city that it is. So that's my 5-minute slot. I hope it wasn't too much sounding like an advert, but I'm really excited by the London conference, very pleased to work with the Centre of London on this event and others. So I hope you enjoy your time at Senate House. Thank you.
Sorry, just redirecting Wendy to the panel that is about to take place around her. So we do have a panel coming up, another deep dive discussion, this time on what families need. But first, we're going to have one of our data teasers again from John. Please join us, John.
Hello, lovely to see you all. I'm going to start with a little disclaimer. As you can probably guess, I'm not a parent, quite far from it, but I'm going to be talking a little bit about some demographic data and about how London has changed as a place for families to live. Quickly find this. There we go. So these are 3 schools in inner London, one in Camden, one in Hackney, and one in kind of Vauxhall Oval area. What connects the 3 of them is they're all under threat of closure. This is to an extent happening around the country. There was a population baby boom throughout the 2000s, which is working its way through the system and now has come to an end. But it's particularly intense in London and, worst of all, in inner London. London's definitely the epicenter of this kind of demographic shift. So we did some analysis last year with some census data. And we're looking at the proportion of households that have at least one school-aged child. So if you look at the map over there, darker means a lower proportion, which is counterintuitive, but it's the way to make it readable. And in 2001, you get this kind of central core of boroughs where you'd expect to have low childbearing boroughs. So you've got Westminster, Kensington and Chelsea, places with young professionals, not too unexpected. 2011, it begins to solidify and spread a bit around inner London. And by 2021, you've got this distinct core of low child boroughs in inner London. This is if you aggregate the whole thing. This has changed from 2001 to 2021. And what you see there is there are these 4 key boroughs, Lambeth, Southwark, Hackney, Islington, that have had these big falls in the proportion of households that have school-aged children. You've got like 10% in Lambeth, that's indicative. But you've also got over in the east, this white mass, which is Barking and Dagenham, which saw a 34% increase over that period, which is a demographic explosion. The number of new school places you need to provide if you have a demographic transition of that kind is unimaginable. Okay. And this reflects some bigger demographic shifts. So, I mean, the number of children born in London has been falling since 2012, actually before then as well. But it's been falling hardest and fastest in inner London. You can see there's England, which has been falling also. There are some big structural things to do with female participation in the labour market, but it's falling much faster in inner London. And so the question here is, why is it happening so much faster in inner London than it is in the rest of London and the rest of the UK? So there are kind of 2 aspects we can think about this. There's people in inner London having fewer children, and there's people moving to outer or outside of London to have the children. So this is an example of the first thing, which is London saw by far the biggest increase in the proportion of households that have basically adult children living at home over the 2010s. This is no surprise to anyone, but it contributes to a phenomenon called concealed household or suppressed household formation. When you're in a suppressed household, the likelihood of having children goes way down. It definitely contributes to people not being able to have the families they would otherwise wish to. But another part of this is going to be people moving to the rest of the city. So this is a graph showing average rents as recently as we have it. And almost all of the, in fact, all of them aside from Lewisham of the cheapest half of boroughs are in outer London, and all of the most expensive aside from Richmond are in inner London. So there's a definite rent differential between the two. And this impacts individuals in particularly striking ways. If you're a healthcare assistant in London, you'd be spending nearly 70% of your gross income on a lower quartile rented flat in inner London. That's lower quartile, so it's basically less than median quality, and that's gross income, so pre-tax. So it's a really extraordinary figure. The same is true of a nurse who'd be spending over half their income. That's obviously having economic consequences as well as social. London has the worst nurse recruitment backlog in the country, incredible backlogs in construction, various other key workers. There are these long-term consequences that we weren't imagining were going to happen when we first started down this road, but which are now hitting us. And we did some polling with our partner Savanta. You can see here, blue means affordable, purple means unaffordable, orange is the kind of netted out figure. When you ask people about what they find affordable and unaffordable for themselves, rent and house prices are distinctly unaffordable, and they are much more unaffordable than things like food prices, energy costs, which have of course been going up recently. But strikingly, when you ask people are they affordable or unaffordable for families with children, the picture is much worse. Every single service we ask for is considered unaffordable by Londoners. Rent and house prices are considered much more unaffordable. So Londoners agree that having a family with children in London is a particularly difficult phenomenon. And when you ask Londoners what they want to do about this, by far and away, no matter how you ask it, the answer is more affordable housing to be built. And that over here is if what you prioritize, what you put in your rank 1 to 3, if you're ranking available policy options, and that's over 70%. So there's a definitive answer coming out from Londoners. But if you look at the evidence around the country, and we want to be doing a little more research on this, so come talk to me afterwards if that's something you're interested in. We want to know what kind of housing allows families to stay in London, whether this is a trend that is reversible through the planning system, through development. There are lots of other questions to be asked here, but that's maybe something to think about as we go into our next panel. There we go, had that. And there we go.
While panel members are taking their seats, I'll introduce myself. I am Josh Cattell. I'm Head of Research at Centre for London. Some of you may have seen me earlier, giving a little presentation on some of the data about new Londoners. What we're going to be talking about in this session is what families need in London, how the situation for families has been changing, how London's offer for family has been changing, and what we'd like to see the government doing at the national level and also at the mayoral level as we come up to the mayoral elections next year to improve things for families. So I'm going to ask each of you to introduce yourselves and maybe just give one observation of a change that you're seeing for the situation for families in London. And perhaps, Claire, I could start with you and we'll work backwards.
Thank you very much. My name is Councillor Claire Holland. I'm leader of the London Borough of Lambeth, and I'm also acting chair of London Councils, whilst the brilliant Georgia Gould is on maternity leave. You've just heard a bit about Lambeth, actually, and what we're seeing is in a London borough, we're a long and thin borough. We go from the River Thames in Waterloo all the way down to South Streatham, which borders Croydon and Merton, where it starts to get a bit more sort of, for want of a better word, provincial and less densely urban. But what we're seeing is an acceleration of what we've seen for a long time, but it's really intensified, which is our families, our young people in particular, cannot afford to remain in our borough, and they certainly can't afford to remain in the north of the borough. And I think what we need is a recognition that London's housing crisis is the worst in the country, and it's not to say there's not a crisis elsewhere, but we need a strong London voice across London on this, and we need a government response that is actually going to talk to us and help us solve this crisis. Because whilst there are other factors such as Brexit, COVID, cost of living, etc., unless we solve the housing crisis, our young people cannot afford to stay in central London. And as you've just heard from that really brilliant presentation on data, families won't be able to afford to stay in our borough. Thanks.
Oh, you've got yours. Got my own mic, thank you. Hello, my name's Catherine. I work for the Victoria and Albert Museum, and I'm Head of Learning and Engagement for Young V&A, which is a new museum we opened in a building we've been in for 150 years in Bethnal Green, but in response to crises in education and needs of families and young people, particularly in East London, we've spent the last few years transforming that museum with local people, particularly with children and young people, to make a museum that's a centre of creativity, that's relevant to their lives. So I'm here in a slightly different capacity in thinking about what London offers culturally and actually how our cultural institutions can contribute to family life and to the lives of children and young people. And I guess I should also give a disclaimer that I'm a Londoner born and bred. I grew up in Waltham Forest, went to a state school, studied at the Institute of Education round the corner, and have spent most of my working career in London working with children and young people in cultural settings. So I've got some lived experience of raising a family and of seeing my family move out of East London because they can't afford post-pandemic to live in spaces as well. But from a cultural perspective, it's actually quite an exciting time in London. There are really just lots more spaces that are free and welcoming to families, and we're beginning to wake up to the things that we need to change to make children and their families welcome in these cultural spaces. The idea of the silent library, there's been a real revolution in libraries offering fabulous storytelling and creative learning and digital opportunities. In our museums, just again personally, we've had over 200,000 families coming through, children and their families coming through in our opening weeks. And given that we could only hold 900 people in the building at a time, that's meant queues around the block, opening the doors at 10 in the morning and being full to the gunnels, full of pushchairs and joyful children from about 10:30, 10:40 in the morning. So there's a huge demand for free and welcoming spaces where families can learn together. And one of the quick insights I'll just finish on is that I'm sure in this panel we're going to talk about schools and we're going to talk about housing and we're going to talk about education opportunities as well. But one of the very special things that's a privilege in the museum space is we're a bridge between what happens in school and what happens in the home. We're a place where families can come together to learn, and as the city changes around us and the world changes around us and we face challenges, opportunities for creative learning together so that families can spend that time and reflect when they're under a huge amount of pressure is really precious.
Hello everybody, I'm Jolie Brearley. I'm the founder and CEO of the charity and campaign group Pregnant Then Screwed. The name is purposefully provocative. I do know that you get screwed and then you get pregnant. You don't need to let me know, I have 2 children. Our charity exists to end the motherhood penalty, which is essentially the gender pay gap. The majority of the gender pay gap is caused by the many barriers that women encounter when they're trying to have children and a career. So we help women who experience pregnancy and maternity discrimination. We help about 60,000 women a year. And we campaign on childcare, flexible working, parental leave, and access to justice. In terms of what we're seeing that is different now to what it probably was a few years ago, the cost of childcare is now completely unaffordable for the majority of families. And of course, you can't leave little Johnny in a jumperoo with a packet of beef-flavoured hula hoops and hope he'll be fine while he's working. You need childcare to be able to work. But it's not only the cost of childcare, it's the availability. In London, getting a childcare place is like digging for gold on Brighton Pier. You cannot get a childcare place. I don't live in London. I'm very much a northerner. I've come from York today. The trains are all ruined, so that's another thing, you know, that we should probably talk about, but not for today. But we work with parents across the UK, and the number of families that are now experiencing a serious crisis in terms of being able to work, in terms of being able to afford food to put on the table, to feed their children, is a desperate mess. And we are hoping that we can encourage the next government to put policies in place that will help ease that burden.
Well, I've already introduced myself here as Vice Chancellor of the University, Wendy Thompson. I also bring to this panel, though, my expertise as a social scientist, and my area of study is social policy. So there's just say a little bit to take the conversation into a slightly more academic or research-based kind of perspective briefly. I mean, first off, these demographic trends, are an interaction in urbanization with 3 factors, really: fertility, mortality, and migration. So when we're looking at solutions, we shouldn't, just look at one of those. We should look at them all. They also interact with what's already there. And, if you get as old as I am, you actually see neighborhoods change, and people move into them with young families and they grow older. So my neighborhood where I am now in Islington, it's got a lot of older people in it, but you see those people starting to move out or pass away, and families come in. So I don't think we should, it's a snapshot that we're looking at. It's a worrying one we want to do something about, but I don't think we should forget that there is a sort of evolutionary pattern to neighborhoods that you can see all around the world. The main thing around this kind of non-replacement fertility rate is women's education and participation in the labor market. That is a good thing. So, and when you see, there's studies done of what lifts countries out of poverty quickest, and it's those 2 things: women, education, and participation in the workforce. So in a sense, the problem we're having is sort of a good problem in some ways, but obviously one we want to do something about. The second thing I want to say is that we know how to fix some of these problems. Again, if you've been around this long, you've seen them fixed. Sometimes it takes quite a lot of money, and we don't have a lot of that right now in government. But we do know that things can be fixed, and we'll maybe have a chance to talk about some of those policies in this discussion. One thing I would say that doesn't cost any money, but which is an example of an iatrogenic policy, is the government doesn't want international students with children coming to London. They're talking about stopping the visas for largely graduate students with dependent children. Why would you do that? Especially if they're going to live in Camden, a lot of them, not all of them, but if they're going to live in inner London. I was an international student. I think I've overall been a positive contributor. Okay, you can debate, but I think more on balance, and that's what these people will do. These students will do. So I think it's things like that are just counter to any rational debate you would have about what you would want to do about some of the issues we're going to discuss. So and they don't cost anything, except an open mind.
Thank you, Wendy.
As the resident doom and gloomster, I'm going to be a little more negative. I would say one of the most interesting and in some ways troubling, but also just sort of a notable differences and change, has been the increasing role of the private rented sector in housing families, particularly families on low incomes. There's a strong argument that I would definitely make that it's in many ways not very well set up to house those families. If you're a young, vulnerable family on a low income, perhaps with children with disabilities, perhaps with other kinds of multiple forms of deprivation, a private landlord does not necessarily, for no fault of their own, have the expertise or the time or the resources to to take care of you in a way that a social housing facility, particularly a supported housing facility or something like that, may have the budget and the social purpose to do so. So the fact that London has the biggest private rented sector in the UK, the fact that London's private rented sector is still continually in extremely poor quality, that it has very large numbers of homes that are non-decent, very large numbers of homes that are below EPCC and the energy efficiency is a really big problem. And when you look at data from providers like Citizens Advice, they say they're finding on a kind of micro-geographical level that their worst claims to do with, or their worst requests to do with rent arrears, to do with various other housing problems, are now coming from the private rented sector. Even though historically poor families would have lived in social housing, now they're being shipped into the private rented sector. And that's both meaning that there's less support for them, but it's also, on a geographical basis, suburbanizing poverty. To point to Claire's point there, people are being forced to the outside of the city because there's no social housing, rents are too high, and housing benefit does not cover rents in the inner city. So there's a kind of geographical effect as well as a distributional one. So that's what I'd point to.
Thank you very much. So we heard a lot of changes there that families are seeing in London, that London's population is seeing. And that also speaks to the breadth of experience and expertise we've got on this panel. We're really lucky to have everyone here today. Now I'm going to be a devil's advocate and ask, to Wendy's point, neighbourhoods change. Neighbourhoods have always changed. London's population has changed over time. Is this iteration where we saw from John's slides that there are, less prevalence of families in some parts of inner London? Is that just part of London's evolution, or is this a crisis? And this is a question that I'd like to pose to Jolie and then to Claire, if I could.
I think it's a crisis. And I mean, if you look at the data that it shows, IPPR did an analysis of maternal employment in London compared to the rest of the country. Mothers are much less likely to work in London compared to the rest of the country. And clearly the reasons for that have got to be to do with the infrastructure around London. It costs £19,000 for a full-time childcare place in London. It costs £14,000 in the rest of the country. So 3/4 of mothers from a survey that we did of 27,000 said it doesn't make financial sense for them to work because you've got your childcare costs and then on top of that you've got your commuting costs. We also surveyed 1,670 women who had had an abortion in the last 5 years, and 6 in 10 of them told us that childcare costs were one of the key reasons why they terminated an otherwise wanted pregnancy. That was higher for black women and it was higher for single parents. If you are a single parent, you have no chance. Like £19,000 for a childcare place and you've got housing and utilities and food on top of that. And the average salary in London is, about £37,000? It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. And childcare costs have increased far faster than inflation in the last 10 years. Even when you're out of childcare, even when your child is over the age of 5, the cost of holiday clubs is ridiculous. It's about £1,000 a month in the summer for parents to pay for holiday clubs, and then you've got after-school clubs and you've got breakfast clubs as well if you want to be able to commute to get to work. So for us, the key issue that really needs fixing and is not that difficult to fix, fixing housing costs is pretty challenging, is investing in childcare. And we know that if you invest in it, if you create an affordable, accessible, high-quality system, then you reap more pound for pound than investment in pretty much anything else. You get the money back into the exchequer. And you also invest in kids. It's good for kids. They are school ready if they go to childcare. They have higher rates they're more socialised. They do better in the education system. There are so many benefits to investing in childcare, but we've neglected it, completely neglected it over the last 10 years, and that's the result.
Thank you, Jolie. fixing housing costs is a massive challenge. We think not an impossible one, just a plug for Centre for London's upcoming report on the housing crisis and how we think the Mayor and national government should fix it. But we heard from Jolie there a very strong argument that this is a crisis. I'll hand over to Claire to perhaps further that.
Okay, thank you. I absolutely agree about childcare costs, by the way. I think it's something like the average cost for under 2-year-olds to put in nursery full-time in London would be something like 71% of your average wage for someone in inner London, which is, when you put housing costs on top, you can't actually, it doesn't pay to work. In terms of crisis, I think it is a crisis. I fully accept your point, Wendy, about patterns over the years. And as I said, I think we've always seen families in young people move out of inner London when they want to start a family, they want a bit of a bigger place, etc. The natural order of things, it feels like, doesn't it? You move out of a flat and you want a place with a garden. That's talking about middle class young people, though, by the way, because there are people who, my kids' generation, and I've reared 2 children in Oval, near the picture of the school in Vauxhall that was up earlier, and my kids can't afford to leave home, and I'm middle class. None of their peers can afford to leave home. It's very few of them who can. So it is different. I think, you know, my generation, we could afford to leave home, and we're leaving, I fear, our young people, we're leaving them with London in a bit of a sorry state unless we take those opportunities that Wendy talked about. There is the issue around the private sector. I know that the Mayor called for rent controls or some form of rent regulation because it is really difficult for people to afford it. And has frozen the local housing allowance. And again, and what in last year's autumn statement, we're asking the government to unfreeze it in this year's autumn statement and to raise it, uprate at least the lowest 30% of rents, because what it means is people, even on benefits, can't afford to pay because the benefits aren't covering it. So you have all these different factors coming together, whether you're in private rented or in affordable housing, that make it really difficult for it to be affordable. We also have seen a homelessness crisis. Just, you know, it feels like at times it's getting out of control. There was a government report out, I think the week before last, that showed street homelessness is at highest level since 2010. And so much work had been done on it before then. But also, as councils, our temporary accommodation costs are going through the roof. London Councils predicts that across council boroughs this year, there's going to be at least a 90 million overspend. And that's on our TA budgets. On our general fund budgets, we're looking at something like in the region of 400 million overspends that we're going to have to deal with, rising to 500 million next year. That's a lot of money that we're going to have to find as boroughs. So whilst we have talked about austerity for 13 years, because we've all been living it, with the inflation crisis, the cost of living crisis, and the cumulative impact of it, and the rising need in London, I think that we are in a particularly precarious moment. The Institute of Fiscal Studies did release some research recently that showed that the rising need in London, the gap between that and resources, is 17%, which is the highest of any region in London. In London, we have 1 in 50 Londoners homeless. And that's 1 child in every single classroom in London is homeless. These are figures that we haven't seen in the past years. But there are opportunities and there are lots of things that we could do. So there are short-term things, like I say, like increasing homelessness prevention grants to London boroughs, enabling us to try and tackle the temporary accommodation situation, uprating the local housing allowance, etc. But we also need a national programme of house building in London. I think that the Mayor of London and London boroughs have done very well across in the past years. For example, in Lambeth, we've started our first council home building programme in a long time. So we're all working really hard to make it work, but the national system is working against us. So we need a national house building programme that enables London to build those homes. And we also need investment in our current stock, because both in the private sector and in the state sector, the housing stock has had a woeful lack of investment. So there are things we can do. And I think Wendy's absolutely right. Whilst it's a crisis, I don't want to catastrophize. I want us to use this as an opportunity, because London is, as we've heard today, an amazing place. We've heard Wendy talk about the amazing work of the Anchor Institutions Network, and I was privileged to be at the Partnership Board, London Partnership Board the other week and hear the report on it. We have world-leading universities, world-leading hospitals, world-leading thinkers. We have a cultural offer that people travel across the world to come and see and use and participate in. So we have things on our doorstep, and we know that. And it's about us getting all that energy and thinking together so that we can, as I say, come back to being that voice for London that says this is what we need short term to solve the housing crisis, so we don't get hollowed out in the centre of the city, and this is what we need long term, because we have the ideas and the energy, we just need to get the action together.
Thank you so much, Claire. And that dovetails so nicely into what I wanted to talk about next. Obviously, there are many reasons for doom and gloom. We won't blame you, John. There are serious challenges here. But I also want to talk about what London offers. You know, what does London offer to families? And I wonder, Catherine, whether you could talk about the cultural offer that London has and how that's been evolving.
I would be delighted to talk about that. Yay! I feel like I've got to be little Miss Sunshine in the corner here today, because I spend such a lot of time with children and young people, and I really feel, as the grown-ups that are caring for them, that it is our duty to capture their optimism and give them a future they can look forward to. And I think the cultural offer is part of that. It's part of exploring your identity. It's part of learning on your own terms. It's part of that joy of thinking about the things we can create and make, and the amazing things people have done in the past and are doing now and are doing in the future. So there's also really good evidence. There's a lot of work going on in Europe. Sad that we're not part of Europe. I'm not going there. But there's a really interesting lot of work going on in Europe around cultural democracy and around participation in culture, and the difference that makes to then young people feeling enfranchised in our political systems and wanting to participate in democracy as well. So culture and creativity isn't just about having a nice time looking at a painting or kind of being kind of highbrow in some strange way, but it is really serious work around thinking about the multiple ways we can communicate. So some examples, I know our good friends in the National Maritime Museum just opened a fabulous play facility outside their museum out there on the edge of the park. And again, when we think about the quality of experience for families, time running around outdoors as well as doing something indoors and creative makes for a really good experience. So that's just one example. Free travel for under 11s on our public transport system. London is really hard to negotiate and navigate, but it is free to do that with your children, and that's a real gift. You don't get that outside of London. Trying to get around with kids, and I've done this as well, on buses in rural England is pretty much tear-inducing, standing in the rain, waiting for a bus that never arrives. Whereas we've got this incredible transport system and children can travel for free. And then when you have travelled, there are loads of free things you can do. So our national museums are all free. And as I said, we've just opened a new museum dedicated to children and young people under the age of 14, where they're grown-ups and they can come and explore in ways that are mapped to their developmental needs and places where they can be welcomed and enjoy themselves. So that's just one resource, but all of our national museums being free to families is great. I mentioned libraries in my intro. I just think they're a fabulous resource that at one point were in massive crisis. I know there's still funding challenges, but when you look at the richness of what they're offering, the idea stores in Tower Hamlets are fabulous. The festivals, the quality of the literature that's available, the digital resources as well for children. We are world-class leaders in things like children's theatre. And again, there are drives to make that affordable for families as well. So there's a huge amount of things that we can do without even starting to think about our incredible green spaces as well. So lots of things for us to access, to enjoy and enrich our lives, but also support our learning and growth as families.
Thank you, Catherine. Yeah, really great to hear about some of the wonderful things that are happening in London and some of the ways that we can make families feel welcome here. So I'm switching to Slido now, some questions from the audience. And I've got one which is the most upvoted, and I think it is one for you, Jolie, which is that childcare in London is in crisis. There's not enough supply, it's too expensive, quality is often poor, and staff are underpaid. How can we fix this? And I'm going to say we've got 10 minutes and 45 seconds left, so please fix it quickly.
Invest in it. I mean, you know, it's not actually rocket science. You need to invest in it. You need to pay childcare professionals properly, because we are hemorrhaging staff because they're underpaid, they're overworked, they can get paid more working at Aldi, and trust me, it's nowhere near as stressful as working in childcare. So the staff need to be paid properly, they need to be valued. We need to value care. We don't value care in the UK, and we certainly don't value it through policy. And we need to invest in it so that it is affordable. Other countries have done it. Our childcare system is about the third most expensive in the world. The quality is not great. The childcare professionals are not highly qualified because they have no incentive to be highly qualified, and we're losing them. So invest in it, make it a priority, and pay staff properly.
Thank you very much. That was a very quick fix. But no, really, really welcome. Several of the questions we've got here are about kind of the housing system, which is, you know, one of the biggest challenges that families face is the cost of housing, and also the availability of it, getting secure tenure. I wonder, John, whether you could talk quickly about some of the challenges that you think families are facing when it comes to housing.
Sure. So it won't surprise anyone to hear that we have an enormous shortage of social and affordable housing. One stat that I think about essentially every day is that under Right to Buy, London lost 300,000 social homes, and that's the exact same number of families that are on our social housing waiting list. So there's a one-to-one correspondence between social homes lost and social homes required in London. So there's one answer there, which is that if we were to end Right to Buy, or if you needed a kind of way around this for political reasons, to massively cut the discount available to tenants to do the Right to Buy, as New Labour did, then you'd be able to stem that loss of stock. So that's one aspect of the problem. But we also do just need to build social. The best figures we can point to suggest that the UK needs over 90,000 social homes a year. That's over about 33,000 in London. There is good evidence to show that this would pay back over a 30-year time frame in benefits to the NHS, in benefits to the criminal justice system, benefits to temporary accommodation. So these are sensible long-term investments that we need to get out of this kind of short-termist mindset that says this is only a cost rather than also an asset. Because we're currently spending something like 5 times more a year on housing benefit than spending 5 times more a year on housing benefit than it would cost to house people in social homes. And housing benefit does not produce any long-term assets to the public sector, whereas social homes are long-term sustainable assets. They're not a cost, they're an asset. I think that's the crucial thing I'd say. And then in the private rented sector, there's a question about rent controls. There are different models. Some models are more practical than others. There are different generations of rent controls. Some are between tenancy, some are within tenancy. I think we should be open to exploring kind of stabilization models like those in Finland. However, the basic question is, do we have enough homes? Do we have enough social homes? If we do not, rent control will only ever be a sticking plaster. There's a model which we could point to, which is if an area builds enough homes, then rent controls can be taken off in an area, because there's a kind of like double balancing system there. I think we should be open to it, and we should not have any shibboleths against it, but we have a basic lack of homes, both in the social and market sector. Until we fix that, nothing else will work.
Thank you very much. Some really interesting ideas about how to fix the housing crisis, a massive crisis, we admit. So now I'm going to go along with the rest of the panel and ask everyone to give kind of one thing that they would like to ask the Mayor of London, or the next Mayor, the incoming Mayor of London, to do to make London the kind of place where more families can find themselves living happy, fulfilling lives. Wendy, would you like to start us off?
Yes, I mean, I think the most important thing for the Mayor to achieve really is devolution. I mean, London is underpowered for the scale of the city and the challenges that it has. Because when I go through my policy repertoire of things that could fix this issue that we're talking about, it almost always comes down to, you know, political priorities and will. I mean, the fact that, I mean, I ran a local authority just a few years ago, you know, having 40% cut in government grant is madness. You know, we've got used to it, but it shouldn't be forgotten how mad indeed it is. As far as I know, and I've sat on 3 government commissions on this, I think we're the only place in the world that funds personal social services like adult social care and child protection on a property tax. it is madness. It is not an elastic tax, it's a regressive tax. So, you know, but these are all national government things, and you could go through them all. I mean, the last time we had a baby boom in London was when government introduced a working family tax credit. It had an immediate impact, and those are all those kids that are now having to have school places made for them as they went through the system. We can do this. Rough sleeping, we know how to fix it. So, you know, the thing, to protect London from the vagaries of national governments, you know, I think the safest way is to get more devolved powers, a more fluid kind of income base so that it can solve the problems that it faces, in case there are times in the country when no one else seems to care about London as we do.
Thank you, Wendy. So I'll be keeping a tally. That's 1 point for devolution and allowing the mayor to raise money so that it can be invested. Jolie.
I mean, a lot of what we campaign on is national policy. It's not something the mayor can fix, but removing business rates for childcare providers would help, but I don't think the mayor is able to do that. But looking at areas of deprivation in London and finding ways where you can build childcare providers and support them would make a huge difference. But also we have a maternity care crisis as well in the UK that is really serious. In London, we don't have enough midwives. People are having horrendous times when they're giving birth. I absolutely think that is contributing to the fact that people aren't having children as well because they're terrified of having babies at the moment. So I think the mayor could do a lot more to fix maternity care in London.
Thank you, Jolie. Catherine.
I've got to stick to my remit. There are so many other things, but I'll stick to the cultural question. And I think with the convening and funding power of the GLA, we should be doing more to uphold that right for children and young people and their families to participate in culture from early years right up. And we need to be thinking about ways that we can make that easier for families to access. It's as simple as that.
Thank you.
I think I would back what Wendy said, and that is about continuing to be a really strong voice for London as a capital city. We, as London councils, we work very closely with the mayor. We have a really mature relationship with the mayor. And we continue to work closely to look at what is best for London and to stop comparing London to our friends in the north, but we need to be looking at London as competing with Paris, Tokyo, etc. And to be that really strong voice for London, I absolutely agree we need to be looking at what can be devolved to London so that we can really make the most of that, because we know our communities better than anybody. And if London does well, the country does well. I would say that as London councils, we're asking the government to give us certain funding. This will be, I think, the 5th year in the row that we're having a 1-year settlement. We're asking for at least 9%, which is what we got last year, just as an absolute minimum. And also for the government to look at whether London can be part of the trailblazer projects like with Manchester and West Midlands, and to look at how we could really have a sophisticated and mature conversation about what we can devolve to London, so that as a region we can make those decisions based on what we know our needs are as a region. So ultimately it's continuing to be with us as London leaders, that really strong voice for London.
Thank you so much. That leaves nothing for me other than to thank our panel for bringing so many really, really interesting ideas. We've heard data about the challenges that families are facing. We've heard insight about the challenges and how they manifest in terms of childcare providers, the challenges that they are experiencing and how that's increasing the cost of childcare, and also the housing crisis, the ever looming housing crisis, and so many ideas about how to fix it. I heard 2 calls for devolution there. We also had opening access to London's brilliant cultural offer to more and more families, and changes to the situation in which childcare providers and other care providers find themselves in so that we can have more of them. So please join me in thanking our brilliant panel. We will now evacuate the stage while I believe Sam will come back to join us.
Good morning, Susan. Good morning for joining us. So, the theme of our conference is London in crisis? So that's my first question. Is London in crisis?
Well, I think if you look at the Metropolitan Police, the fact that it's for the first time ever under special measures, in that respect, yes, I do think it is in crisis. We all must feel safe, and so very many people do not feel safe at the moment.
Mm. And when it comes to the problem of the Met Police or the Met Police under special measures, sort of longer term, what do you think is needed to solve the issues within the Met at the moment?
To be honest, you haven't got enough time for me to sit here and explain. There are so many things. I think when the Metropolitan Police went from borough-based command to what they call BCUs, basic command units, trust and confidence in the police absolutely plummeted, and that of course is under Sadiq Khan since he's been in charge. I think the numbers are something like 72% confidence in the police has gone down to 48, which it is very serious, to be honest, for Londoners.
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously there's the Met that we've just spoken about. Would you say that that's your number one policy priority as Mayor?
I think it is at the moment. I mean, clearly there are other priorities. Everybody's got different priorities. Young people in our city, they would say to you that housing, I would imagine, would be their most pressing issue. And of course it is. Sadiq Khan hasn't built enough houses. We've really got to get the London plan opened up so that we can look and see how we can put in more family homes, how we can find nooks and crannies around London where we can actually build and get a move on with it, quite frankly.
But I would say that on the topic of housing, we know that the Conservatives have been accused of perhaps blocking some developments, particularly in outer London. In your mind, do you think the Tories have made the right decisions when it comes to housing in London over the past few years?
Well, Sadiq Khan is in charge of housing in London. He has been given £9 billion by the government to get a move on with it. He is actually responsible for that. He's very good at putting responsibility onto anybody else, but he's in charge of the Metropolitan Police. He's got the budgets for housing, and of course he's in charge of TfL. And we all know the biggest thing, if you go into outer London, the one thing they will all complain about is the extended ULEZ. And one of my main priorities is on day one, the ULEZ expansion would be stopped. I'd keep the inner London ones, but outer London expansion is just nothing but a tax on the poorest Londoners.
And when it comes to ULEZ, obviously you've made that quite a central plank of your campaign. What would you say to the 42% of Londoners who currently don't own a car but still do breathe dirty air?
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? So much has been made from Sadiq Khan about the fact that this cleans up London's air. It actually doesn't. If you look at his own impact assessment of the ULEZ expansion, it shows it would make very little difference at all. Having said that, we all do want to breathe fresh air. And I would put in a £50 million pot of money, I know exactly where it would come from, so that councils could bid into that fund to put right what might be an issue in a very small area that is causing air pollution. But to assume all of this is down to cars polluting is wrong. There are very many contributors to air pollution.
What would you say are some of the other contributors to air pollution in the capital that you would try and tackle?
Okay, if you look into it, apparently buildings cause more pollution than anything else. If you've got wood burners, they're very polluting. There are very many things. Lots of studies have been done. But some of the claims that Sadiq Khan is making need to be looked at.
Okay, so I wanted to move on to sort of your career history and record in the London Assembly. So you've obviously been a member since 2017, leader of the Tory group for the last 4 years. What would you say you're most proud of doing for Londoners over that time?
Well, our job is to hold Sadiq Khan to account. We've actually shown in our pillars how we could change some of the decisions he's made in the budget. He's never taken us up on our views of what he should change, but on one of the budgets. We suggested he froze council tax and showed him how he could do that. That would have put money back in the pockets of Londoners. We've also shown him on one occasion when policing numbers were dropping, how he could have put 1,600 police back on the beat. He chose not to do that. I mean, personally, because I'm so passionate about policing, I had a running argument with Cressida Dick, who was the commissioner at the time, about letting frontline officers have spit guards, because so many of them, when trying to arrest, etc., were being spat at. It's right and proper that frontline police officers should have spit guards. And in the end, they agreed to do that.
And you've talked a lot about some of the ways in which you've sort of attempted to hold Sadiq Khan to account, essentially, and pointed out perhaps some different routes that he could have taken. But you've also highlighted that he hasn't adopted any of your recommendations. So more generally, do you think that the London Assembly is effective at holding the Mayor to account? Do you think there need to be any changes in how that process works?
Obviously, we're always going to be in difficulties as Conservatives because we're centre to right, whereas the other three parties that are in there are centre-left parties, and therefore they are more likely not to agree with us. So there's an issue there, but it would help if perhaps the agreement on the budget only needed 50% of the Assembly members not to agree to it. To make it change. As it is, we can't change the budget with the numbers that we have at the moment. But nevertheless, you cannot have, people say, should you get rid of the GLA? I would say to you, if you've got a £21 billion budget, you have got to have it scrutinised properly. And if nothing else, we do bring to attention what he's doing. If the GLA wasn't there as a scrutiny body, then I dread to think what would be going on.
I think most people would say that another challenge that Sadiq Khan has faced is his relationship with Conservative national government. I would say that, you know, having a Labour mayor and a Conservative national government hasn't been the smoothest of journeys. It's not inconceivable, of course, that could be flipped and we could have a Labour government in Westminster and a Conservative mayor. Is there anything you would do to make sure that those challenges that the Conservatives in Westminster and Sadiq have faced over the last few years won't replicate themselves if the tables turn?
I absolutely can. I am a completely different character to Sadiq Khan. I will stand up for Londoners, whoever is in government, because that is my job and that will be my job as mayor. And it is absolutely vital that you forge relationships with people in order to do your job properly and to get the best in this instance for Londoners. I would say the people I get on best with in the Assembly at the moment would be the leader of Labour, Len Duval, and Caroline Pidgeon, the leader of the Liberal Democrats. We get on extremely well. We work well together. I would make sure that that continued.
Okay, thank you. So I just had a couple more questions. Obviously, we've mentioned the Met and issues there, particularly with community relations. We also know that some of the problems with regards to the implementation of ULEZ have potentially come from the fact that communities haven't been engaged well with. We know that London is filled with lots of different communities, and actually the sense of community in London is quite different to, you know, many other smaller sort of towns and cities across the UK. So I guess my question is, if you were to become elected as mayor, how would you change how City Hall works with communities? What more needs to happen in that space?
Well, you mentioned the ULEZ expansion. A consultation was had.
Mm-hmm.
It came out loud and clear that the communities did not want the ULEZ expansion, but Sadiq Khan disregarded that and went ahead anyway. I live in Harrow, which is the most diverse borough in London, and it's wonderful, and different communities there really do get on well, and that's what we must strive to do in London. The wealth of London is because we do have so many different communities, but it's absolutely essential that we work always towards making sure that those communities are tolerant of each other, that they begin to understand each other, and that we continue to work well together, because that is absolutely vital. It's always worked in Harrow. It should work that way throughout London.
I agree. I think that's definitely a noble aspiration. I guess, what does that look like in practice? Because you mentioned the ULEZ consultation, for example, and equally, if ULEZ hadn't been expanded, there would also be a huge cohort of Londoners that would upset with that decision, essentially. So what does kind of better community engagement look like in practice?
Okay, forgive me, but I disagree with you on that. The people that don't want it are the ones that have had it imposed upon them. They're the ones that don't want it. And they're speaking out loud and clear. And if you saw some of my emails of people that are so distressed they cannot afford to replace their car, because £2,000 doesn't replace a car, you'd still have to get a loan. They need to get into work. If you live in the outskirts of London, it's nothing like it is here, where you walk to the end of the road, you've got a bus or a train. I mean, I've walked from one train station, I've passed another train station in an 8-minute walk here. It's nothing like that in outer London. And people need their cars to get to the station. I drove to the station this morning, because if not, my journey would have been at least 40 minutes longer. It's a different format in outer London completely. So that is why the people in outer London mainly do not want the ULEZ expansion.
I think perhaps missing part of this debate that we're having now is public transport. So of course it's not solely car or no car. Ideally it's car, potentially a route via active travel or via public transport. So what would you say are the transport priorities that London needs at the moment, particularly perhaps in outer London?
Well, the buses obviously would be the best solution in many respects, but different areas have different requirements. The tram extension in Croydon, if you're looking at that, and Sutton. If you're looking, you see, if you take a borough like Bexley or Bromley, there are farms, etc., all around. So I don't know how viable certain bus routes would be, but every borough is different. London it's got so many different communities, as you've just mentioned. It's also got so many different issues in each borough and different terrain. It's quite incredible. So you'd have to look at each area and come up with the solutions you need. We do need to electrify the bus services, that's for sure. We need to look after our environment as best we can, but absolutely not at the expense of the poorest Londoners. That is just not acceptable.
Absolutely. And I think with that perhaps comes a question around how City Hall, the London Assembly, works with the borough councils, because, as you say, problems across boroughs are very unique. They're very bespoke and specific to the area that they're in. To put it simply, decarbonising Hackney is a different job to decarbonising Bromley, etc. So what would you do to improve the relationship between the mayor and the borough councils?
Well, you need to talk to them far more frequently than he does. He doesn't talk to his assembly members. He meets his Labour assembly members when he has to, apparently. But I've never had a meeting with Sadiq Khan. He doesn't talk to people. If you want to resolve an issue, talk to people. And that's something I'm good at and would continue to do. You've just got to find out what people's problems are. And never assume that you know the answer. There are experts out there that know the answers to issues. Talk to them. Find out what people want, find out how problems can be resolved. And that's something Sadiq Khan has never done.
Susan Hall, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you virtually to Susan and to Antonia. Pleased to say that it's now lunchtime, and if you could be back here for about 1:35, that would be great. Afternoon, everyone, and welcome back post-lunch. Slightly fewer numbering people, but I think some had to go back to work and so on. I think some more might be joining us in the afternoon as well, which is good news. It's a pleasure of mine to introduce two remarkable young ladies who are recent engineering graduates and have recently started a startup to encourage repair skills and encourage young people to get into engineering. This is the next installation of our community spotlighting program. So please welcome Megan and Anais.
What do you want science lessons to be like for the children of London? Well, I think they should be a collection of wow moments, where children start to realise how the real world works. My name's Megan, and this is Anais, and these weren't the memories we had from school. I remember PowerPoint presentations, endless exams, and little hands-on experiments. This left us disengaged and with a lack of confidence in science. This is not the way we should be inspiring the next generation of scientists and engineers who need to solve London's biggest problems. One of the current London priorities is to make London the world's best city to work in and ensure that all Londoners can get the skills they need to succeed. But still, we're not engaging enough children with science to encourage them into these careers, causing a massive skills shortage. The UK STEM shortage is costing businesses £1.5 billion a year and is causing more than half of businesses to look abroad for the right skills. To make London and the UK a science and technology powerhouse, we need more initiatives that cultivate students' STEM skills at a younger age, so we have a workforce equipped for the skills of the future. At Team Repair, we are looking to change this. We are a circular business who have created a programme that sends schools gadgets, and it's the children's job to figure out what's wrong and how to fix them. As they take the gadgets apart, they learn the science curriculum in the real world. So for example, they learn about electrical circuits from our games console kit, or they learn about lenses from fixing a microscope. We also train and empower teachers with all the skills they need to deliver impactful hands-on lessons without the need for specialist knowledge or lots of lesson planning time. With our programme, we're developing curiosity, determination, and empowering children with the wonder of how the real world works, giving them the necessary skills they need for a future London workforce.
Our programme creates real impact for young people, instilling confidence and introducing them to applicable, real-world STEM skills and green careers. We ran a pilot funded by the Institution of Engineering and Technology to assess our impact on STEM engagement. In total, we reached 800 children across 16 underfunded schools in 10 London boroughs, and we measured a net increase in repair and STEM confidence, with 50% saying they had learned a new skill. We're working with public sector to bring our programme to underfunded schools. Currently, we're running a pilot contract with the London Borough of Hounslow as a part of Re-London's Heston in the Loop project, where we're providing kits for 16 school classes and 2 community workshops targeted to reach over 500 children. We've also worked extensively with waste authorities, namely the East London Waste Authority, where we're using our kits to engage and educate children around electronic waste issues in the boroughs of Havering, Redbridge, Newham, and Barking and Dagenham. So why teach repair? Well, it may seem small, but there are 5 key reasons that we believe repair can have real positive and widespread impact on London. First, repair teaches STEM in a hands-on way, found to be particularly effective on underrepresented groups in STEM, such as girls and also students with special educational needs. Second, it's a practical skill that creates more green jobs, helping to achieve the Mayor's 2030 net zero carbon goals. Third, it's a skill that ultimately reduces electronic waste costs to councils. This is crucial given that London's waste bill is in excess of £2 billion annually, and with landfills accepting London waste expecting to run out by 2026. Fourth, it's a skill that builds community resilience through events such as repair cafes to tackle London's social isolation that was exacerbated by COVID. And finally, it can help tackle the cost of living crisis, saving Londoners money when it matters more than ever. After winning the Mayor's Entrepreneur competition last year, the Mayor's Fund for London kickstarted our business, giving us the support we needed to transform Team Repair from a university project to a revenue-generating business. Now, as we roll out into schools and scale our impact, we want to work with you to help develop repair activities in your boroughs. We'd love to speak to anyone here today who is able to connect us with their local schools or to connect us with local businesses that have a shared incentive to work with us to engage future local STEM workforces. From the next mayoral candidate, we want to see continued support for circular businesses like the Mayor's Fund that got us started. We see the future being a sharing economy, but it's a newer business model which still needs de-risking and has higher upfront costs. We're also asking for greater support for growth in technical and practical skills through schemes like apprenticeships and also accreditation for skills such as repair, to help foster a greater and more diverse STEM workforce.
So if you care about transforming London from a city in crisis to the repair capital of the world, please come and speak to us about how we can work together. Thank you so much to the Centre of London for allowing us to talk today and share the work we've been doing and the importance of instilling a repair mindset in the next generation. So we're Team Repair on a mission to revolutionise education. Let's work together to fix the future.
Yeah, I did say they were inspirational. That was next level stuff. So we have our next panel coming up, this time on what business needs. I think is a strong segue from what we just heard. But first we're going to have another one of our data teasers, this time from our senior researcher, Millie Mitchell.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Millie Mitchell, Senior Researcher here at the Centre for London. So London's businesses provide the economic foundations for the success of the city. But are they in crisis? And what do businesses need from the Mayor and the national government in order to succeed? These are the sort of questions that we're hoping to shed some light on in this afternoon's session. And to frame this discussion, I'd like to quickly share a few key data insights on London's economy. Starting with the big picture problem. London's productivity has been flatlining for over a decade. On this graph in orange, we have London's productivity, and in green, we've got the percentage change each year. And what we can see is that from 1998 to 2007, London's productivity was pretty steadily growing at an average rate of 3% each year. Yet, since 2007, it's essentially stagnated, with an average of just 0.3% each year. So whilst London still plays a really pivotal role in the national economy, and on aggregate is still more productive than other regions, we really need to be prioritising continuing to find ways to keep the city growing and to keep London as a competitive place to do business. And to give you all a quick bit of a spoiler, this is a topic that Centre for London will be exploring in our upcoming project on rebooting London's economy, so keep an eye out for that next year. But when we think of that, when we think about the geographical distribution of London's economy, I'm sure that, like me, at first, many of you will picture a map that looks a little bit like this one, which is depicting economic output as these kind of skyscrapers coming out of different parts of the city. And I should quickly say that this map does exclude City of London, because when you put it in, it just warps all the perspectives. So use your mind's eye to picture a massive big skyscraper coming out of there. And so what we're seeing in this map is lots of economic activity in Canary Wharf, as well as across the central activity zone. And out west, we can see that bit of economic activity that we would attribute to Heathrow, and we can also see little spikes from different town centres across the city. But if we return to that key issue I've highlighted about productivity stagnating, and look for clues about where productivity in London hasn't been stagnating and has been growing a lot across the last decade, we do get a slightly different geographical picture of the city, with greatest proportional growth seen in inner London boroughs such as Hammersmith and Fulham and Hackney, but also in outer London boroughs such as Richmond and Croydon. And for me, this map is bringing to mind questions, all sorts of questions, about whether there's this need to challenge this monocentric growth model as London's default, and what would growth look like if policymakers were to think more polycentrically. But moving on from geographical distribution to sectoral, This graph here shows in purple the percentage change in output over the period 2011 to 2021. In other words, the sectors whose contribution to London's economy have grown the most. And then in orange, we've got the proportion that sector contributed to output in 2021. So London has a long history of growth being driven by knowledge-intensive industries, and this continues to be the case. By far, the biggest growth in economic output over the last decade has come, perhaps unsurprisingly, from the information and communication sectors, driven by innovation in digital and tech. Meanwhile, financial and insurance activities, whilst they still account for an important 20% of London's economy, have seen a much, much smaller growth of just 11% in the last decade. So, being able to attract high-skilled workers is key for continuing to grow London's knowledge economy. But we know, as we've heard throughout the day, that it's increasingly unaffordable for people to live and work in London. And this is largely driven by high housing costs, with the majority of Londoners that we surveyed reporting that housing is unaffordable for them personally. But also really concerning for businesses, and something we've also been hearing lots about today, is that in our surveying, of those who said that they know how affordable childcare for under fives is, half of them are saying that it's personally unaffordable. And I just want to really highlight this here because it has some really serious consequences for businesses when we're looking at women making that economic decision about whether to re-enter the workforce after having children. So finally, I'd like to end by reflecting on what this data can tell us about London's future economy, and more specifically, the opportunities that transitioning to a net zero economy can bring to the capital. So analysis from WPI Economics has shown that the number of green jobs are expected to increase by 4.5 times by 2050. But we need to ensure that these green jobs are accessible for all Londoners and aren't reinforcing existing labour market inequalities, with women and people from Black, Asian and minority ethnic backgrounds currently underrepresented in these industries here. Moreover, we need to ensure that there is the training and educational opportunities in London to ensure that businesses are able to attract workers with the skills needed to actually fulfil these roles. So, to very briefly summarise, are London's businesses in crisis? Well, I'll leave that to the rest of the panel discussion and yourselves in the audience to decide. But London does have a productivity problem. And to solve it, we're going to need creative and ambitious solutions from the public and private sectors alike for businesses to be able to deliver a fairer, more productive and greener London economy. Thank you.
Thanks, Millie, for another strong rendition of some of the strong research that we're doing. Just to encourage everyone to please, again, look at our website for our published research, and Slido as well is actually still available. And to those who are listening online, please continue to engage with us on the Twitter handle and the hashtags. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Chris Hayward, who is one of our sponsors for this event. Please welcome Chris.
Sam, thank you very much indeed for that introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. To those of you who don't know me and I haven't met, I'm Chris Hayward. I'm the policy chairman and the political leader of the City of London Corporation. And it's great to have just a few moments this afternoon to speak to the London conference. And again, for those who don't know, the City of London Corporation is the governing body of the Square Mile. We are dedicated, our mission, to a vibrant and thriving City of London, supporting a diverse and sustainable London within a globally successful United Kingdom. And we take the view that when London succeeds, the country succeeds. Now, we recognise, though, of course, that through each of London's 32 boroughs and the City of London, all of them are unique. They're all different. And many of the challenges, though, that we face are actually the same, from high living costs to housing shortages to other socio-economic challenges. These major issues can only, I suggest, be tackled by working together. So, for example, we have something called the City Bridge Foundation, which is our charity funder and London's biggest independent grant giver. It donates over £30 million a year to tackle disadvantage across the capital's boroughs. And that is a significant sum of money, I'm sure you will agree. The City Corporation provides housing for Londoners across 6 of the capital's boroughs. And we have plans to build another 3,700 homes across London as soon as we possibly can. There is a housing challenge, and it has to be met. And we provide state education through our sponsorship of academies across Hackney, Islington, Newham, and Southwark. In fact, 10 academies in all. Now, one critical challenge that we all face, we face it in London, we face it across the United Kingdom, is economic growth. This is an issue we faced, as I say, not just the city of the capital, but right across the country. And we know that we've had, and the figures we've just seen prove that we've had some 15 or so years of stagnation in economic growth in this country. Whoever's in power next year, when we have a general election, that challenge to solve will be common, and I'll say a bit more about that now. So what we've done in the corporation is to respond to it by saying that our solution is a piece of work we've commissioned and done called Vision for Economic Growth, a Roadmap to Prosperity, and we suggest a series of reforms that would impact us all. It's about making sure that our businesses in your boroughs get the funding they need to start here, scale here, and stay here. And the challenge for so many businesses, and we see this in the square mile, particularly in things like the fintech sector, is that we start up well, but we don't scale up, and then we lose those businesses to other parts of the world. So we want to ensure that we are the world's go-to partner for green finance. That's something we kind of specialize in the square mile, so that London can be a leading actor in the global climate action movement. And I'm sure we'll talk more about that in the panel in a few moments' time. We want to ensure that London keeps pace with other global powerhouses. We're always in competition. We cannot be complacent by transitioning to a digital-first economy. That's an opportunity for us and a challenge at the same time. And today, the government is hosting the second day of its Global Artificial Intelligence Safety Summit. And each of us, and the people, businesses, organizations, and charities that we represent will be impacted by AI. Whether it's in healthcare, education, or innovation, the world will change. So let's position ourselves to be a world leader around AI. So our recommendations, which I can't share with you because I don't have the time today, but happy to make sure you get a copy. Our recommendations in Vision for Economic Growth, if implemented by politicians, could unlock up to £225 billion of inward investment, inward growth by 2030 and beyond. And guess what? They don't require any primary legislation, they don't require a shake-up of Whitehall, and they don't require money from the public purse. So as I say at the 4-party conferences I've been visiting recently, what's not to like? Why would you not, as any incoming government, as any political party, not want to stimulate economic growth? Because once we do get inflation down, once we do get high interest rates down, the only way forward is economic growth. That's economic growth that results in more jobs for our residents and workers, more investment in our local businesses, and more funding for public services. That, in my view, is the route forward. But those ambitions can only be realised if we speak with one voice as London, working together as one capital. And when we do part together, London does succeed. And when London succeeds, as I said before, the country succeeds. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chris, for outlining some of the great work done by the corporation and also highlighting how you plan to face down some of the future challenges coming up. This leads us nicely into the panel discussion that has already kind of started around me, but it's my pleasure to introduce Majid, who will introduce the panelists and take the discussion forward. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thanks very much to Antonio and Centre for London for inviting me to chair this panel. Really good to be here. Can I ask the rest of the panelists to come up and join me on stage? And then whilst they are, I'm Majid Neki. I'm Assistant Director for Economy for the West London Alliance. So we're a grouping of 7 West London boroughs, most of which appear to begin with H, but some of which don't. I oversee our kind of range of joint activity across skills, net zero, infrastructure, digital, and increasingly kind of working on how do we tell our economic story? How do we, get some of the glamour of Central and East London to rub off and make the point that we are the most productive part of Outer London, and there is a huge amount of economic opportunity there to be kind of taken. And so that involves trying to understand and trying to work with business, and it brings challenges. We need to actually understand some of the challenges that that Millie and Chris were speaking about, how our businesses actually experience those challenges, and they may not have the headspace or they may not have the channels to actually communicate that information. We need to understand what our role is with our limited resources in the public sector locally to actually be able to help businesses address those challenges. Where is it useful for us to add value? Where do we need to move out the way, frankly, and let them get on with it? And then also, and Chris, you touched on this as well, we need to be able to tell that story effectively in a context where I think, London is often seen monolithically as wealthy, productive, prosperous, but as we've heard, that is not necessarily always the case. So actually being able to tell that story as well. So with that, I'll invite the panelists to introduce themselves briefly, and then we'll get into some questions on this really, really huge topic. Can I start with you, Sian?
Hi everyone. I'm Sian Foster. I'm Director of Corporate Affairs at the Port of London Authority. And if I may just take a moment to explain who the Port of London Authority are, because we've had a few questions at our stand over lunch. So we are the UK's biggest port by trade volume. We're responsible for 95 miles of the tidal Thames, and we've held that position as the UK's biggest port for most of the last 2,000 years, since the Romans. The slight blip about a decade ago, but we've caught back up again. We support 40,000 jobs through the economy, generate about £4 billion of economic contribution a year, and bring in about 50 million tonnes of cargo from all around the world, connecting the UK, connecting London with trade centres globally.
Fantastic.
Hi everyone, my name is Dama Satyanathan, and I'm one of the partners at Bethnal Green Ventures, which is a venture capitalist firm investing into what we call tech for good businesses, based not in Bethnal Green as our name might suggest, but based out of the City of London near Blackfriars and Temple. But here to share my perspectives on how the VC industry in the UK, and particularly in London, has quite an outsized influence on what the future of technology looks like and how that might fit into what London businesses actually need as well.
Fantastic, thank you. Millie?
Well, you know me now already. I'm Millie Mitchell, Senior Researcher at the Centre for London. Looking forward to talking to the panel.
And Chris?
Well, I can be very brief as well, because you know me as well. But just to say, so my role as the policy chairman, as the political leader, City London Corporation, is twofold, really. Firstly, it's leading 125 elected politicians who form the corporation of the City of London, 96% of whom are independents. So you could have it akin to herding cats, really, because getting them all going in the same direction is quite a challenge at any one time. But the big part of the role is to speak for the United Kingdom's financial and professional services sector, both to government and indeed globally. So I travel around the world a lot promoting the financial and professional services sector.
Fantastic, thank you very much. So I can see questions are already coming in on Slido, so please do keep those coming. And we've got a lovely kind of flashing clock telling us all our time, so if we could keep our responses brief, and I'll try and do the same with the questions, to be fair. We've heard a lot about the challenges. I wouldn't presume to kind of be pseudo-objective with such a big topic and say, what is the biggest challenge? So put it this way, starting with you, Sian, what is the challenge or a couple of challenges that are facing London's business that you'd particularly like to emphasise today to this audience?
So I think the biggest challenge, but also the biggest opportunity is, or one of, I'm not going to claim it's the biggest, one of, is putting the river at the heart of policy making. So the Thames connects, as I said, the UK with trade markets all around the world. It's a massive economic powerhouse for London and for the wider UK. It's also an amazing blue space. We talk a lot about green space in London. We're lucky to have so many amazing parks. But we also have the Thames flowing through the centre of London and out to the estuary, which is a place for recreation. It's a place for tourism. It's a place for people to walk beside and to relax and to get some perspective. It's a hugely valuable resource. And so I think what the biggest opportunity is having a political champion for the river. It touches on so many different policy areas, from transport, tourism, trade, planning and regulation, regeneration, employment and skills. And we've brought this together ourselves within the Thames Vision 2050, which sets out how we and our sector and partners, sector stakeholders and partners, are going to put a collective focus on trading Thames, natural Thames and destination Thames. But what would be incredibly helpful is a championship of the river in transport policy decisions and so many other policy decisions by the Mayor, by local authorities and by Centre for London. River's not mentioned in the transport brief. In the future, and that's something that we would see as a great opportunity to decarbonise transport, connect people with the river and get London moving.
Fantastic, thank you. And who's your dream sort of public figurehead to champion the river in London decision making?
Oh, that's probably the most difficult question I'll get asked today. Can you leave that with me?
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks.
Absolutely. Brilliant. Dama, how about you? Which challenges would you like to emphasise that businesses are facing in London?
I'd be remiss to not mention the diversity of founders that are disproportionately not having access to capital as much as their white male counterparts who might be in a much rather privileged position and actually being able to access capital more efficiently and effectively than many, many others. We've seen the mention of AI earlier actually highlighted one of the issues as well, because the Turing Institute, for example, just recently published, about 2 weeks ago, published a report looking at the funding landscape of AI startups in the ecosystem, and only about 2% of all deals of the past 10 years into AI softwares were won by female-founded teams. So there's a proportionate sort of disparity, disproportionate disparity when it comes to access to capital, particularly around sort of the gender norms, but even worse when it comes to other socioeconomic backgrounds or ethnic minority backgrounds and so many other diversity markers. So in a sense, what businesses actually need is fair and equitable access to capital. It does not matter what kind of capital it is. We've seen huge amounts of investment coming from angel investors, so sophisticated and professional credited investors who are at oftentimes the earliest point of contact for many, many of the startups emerging in this space, particularly because of the tax reliefs that they're enabled to receive on that front, or many of the grant institutions as well that exist to actually funnel more money into innovation that we desperately need, considering the flux and the multitude of problems that London is faced with as well across social and environmental domains. So generally I would just say equitable access to capital is the pinnacle of the problems that businesses really need to solve for.
That's really helpful, really clear. I wonder, are you seeing any of the trends that Chris mentioned in terms of we have a lot of startups, but there's a bit of a bottleneck when it comes to scaling up? Is that reflected in your experience in terms of accessing capital?
Yeah, we've definitely seen that as a result of COVID and the pandemic as well, where a lot of the data shows that at the sort of scale-up stage, there's down rounds, the valuations have gone down, there's a lot of businesses that just needed to make the hard decisions to close. And with sort of the data that Millie also showed, there's a disproportionate effect on women who have to make harder decisions to either look for childcare whilst they're growing their families as well, or building a business that comes with huge financial risk as well, particularly at the sort of first 5 years of actually building their businesses. So there's been sort of a multitude of trends that have come forward that actually make entrepreneurship even harder for people from all walks of life, but even harder if you're already disadvantaged at that stage. And that sort of has a knock-on effect in what sort of businesses are able to survive as well when it comes to the stage when they're actively growing and want to expand beyond London.
Makes sense, thank you. And Millie, I know you've been looking into the kind of public realm and the physical environment and the effects that can have.
Yeah, so at Centre for London, a lot of the work we do is about how our city as a physical space actually is impacting the ability of London's businesses to succeed. So just one example of a recent piece of research that we did was looking at kind of how streets and pavement spaces in London are being negatively impacted by clutter and other things, and the knock-on effects that has not just for people trying to get around London, but again for businesses who rely on those kind of spaces in order to drive kind of people coming into their businesses in order to keep London as a competitive place to come and do business. So what do we mean by street clutter? It's kind of anything on the pavement that's negatively impacting pedestrians or other pavement users. And in this recent piece of research, we found that London has got an enormous street clutter problem. It's everywhere. And when we're thinking about London as a tourist destination, tourism industry brings in, I believe, 1 in 6 jobs, all employment in London is related to the employment in tourism industry. And we think about we're trying to bring that back post-pandemic. Well, actually, when you come to London as a visitor, when you compare that to going other comparative cities around the world, the experience is really negatively impacted by things like commercial refuse on the streets, by things like e-bikes that have been poorly located on the pavements, by disused phone boxes and all things like this. So what seems like relatively a small problem to you day to day as you go about, actually when you scale it up and think about what are the knock-on effects of this of London as a global city, really quite important.
Absolutely, and it's kind of a visible reminder of a regulatory environment that's more complex than perhaps we would want it to be as well. Absolutely. For businesses to navigate. And Chris, there's so many things you could talk about, but I know there's a big emphasis on digital in your recent vision.
Yeah, there is, but I mean, I think the two I would pick, and I'll happily pick up digital as well, but one I touched on, which was capital flows and capital availability for SMEs and startups. I think this is really important. People don't realise in the City of London, they think it's all big banks, big companies, big towers. Actually, 95% of our businesses, yes, 95% are actually SMEs, less than 500 employees. And the future has to be around stimulating the growth in those businesses. One of the things I picked up when I took on this job was the horrendous footfall loss we experienced in a square mile, as we did all over London during COVID. And how do you get new footfall and new spend? Things like our coffee shops, our sandwich shops that actually fuel, they are the infrastructure of the big businesses. It's really important to get that capital flow, and also, as I said, keep these businesses, these startups in the UK, in London, providing jobs in London. The second issue, which we haven't touched on, but I think it's really, really important, is skills, the challenge of skills. Where do we get the skills availability from? Now, London is a very attractive global city as a whole. And actually, a lot of the younger people around the world want to come and work in London. We have a lot of natural attraction and advantages, but we need to get people, we need to retain them, and we need to make sure that we are also looking at the right routes into jobs as well. So, in the financial services, it's always assumed that, you've got to be an Oxbridge graduate to work in a bank or something. This is absolute nonsense. Nearly chose another word there that I shouldn't choose. Actually, there are just so many now opportunities around apprenticeships and bringing people into businesses they would never have thought of working in before. Why should not every kid in every London borough have the opportunity of working in banks and financial services? They should. Social mobility should be at the forefront of everything we're thinking about and doing. So I'd pick out those two. AI I touched on, so I won't repeat what I said earlier.
Thank you. And I might stick with that theme around skills and talent, actually, because it is a huge one, and it actually cuts across the themes that today is covered in terms of labour mobility and immigration, in terms of families and affordability of housing, and now on businesses. And so, from following on from what you were saying, Chris, do you think it is primarily a kind of awareness and an information problem that in terms of what skills provision is available and how employers can harness the skills that are out there, or is it deeper than that?
I think that is a big part of the challenge, the information and the availability of knowledge, etc. I think one of the great challenges of skills is we talk a lot about it, but what do we do about it, actually? I go to conference after conference where we talk about the skills challenge, the skills crisis. What do we do to get jobs in London? We actually need to come up with concrete plans around all of this stuff. Part of that is what we talk about in this vision for economic growth. And part of it as well is, and you touched on this, making London a really, really attractive place to come from, to come to work in and come to live in and come to as tourists to. So we launched something, or I launched something when I took over the leadership, called Destination City, which is reimagining the City of London, not just as a business city, although it will always be primarily first and foremost that, but also attractive to tourists to come to as well. You know, 20, 30 years ago, everyone left their offices at 7 o'clock at night in the city, and they either went home or they went to the West End for their social life. Today, we have got a nighttime economy that's vibrant in the city. We've got great retail in the city. We've got a remarkable cultural offering in the city for all ages. We've got remarkable history in the city as well. And what we need to do is, you know, I always say that the City of London, I'm biased, is London's best kept secret. But in some ways it is, because everybody just thinks about it like they think about Wall Street, or they think about, you know, that this is, it's the banks, it's the financial services. It isn't. It's so much more diverse than that. You know, our biggest growth sector in London, in the City of London, in 2022 was actually the tech sector. You know, tech and innovation. It's taking over, and I think it's taking over in the rest of London as well, from what I can see.
That's a really good point, and I'll come on to sectors, I think, in a minute, and that's an important angle. Millie, I know you mentioned, I think you focus less on skills and more on the kind of affordability challenges that might kind of restrict the labour force in London. Is there anything more you'd say on that, and how we can tackle it as a collective of organisations?
Yeah, so at the moment, London is still, like we say, it's got a lot to offer. There's a lot of reasons why people want to come to London, but we need to be able to retain that talent as well. So it's not just about attracting graduates, it's actually being able to retain kind of higher level professional skills, but also non-professional industries as well. So in order for that to be the case, London does have to be an affordable city. You know, a city that works with businesses is a city that works for Londoners as well. So that's looking at things that we've already been discussing lots today, like housing, but also things like transport costs. In our polling with Savanta as well, we saw that 1 in 4 Londoners said that commuting for them was unaffordable. You know, we have a great transport system, but if people aren't able to afford to get to the jobs they want to work, then that's going to be a real issue as well.
Absolutely. And Dharma, do those affordability challenges resonate in terms of the entrepreneurs you talk to?
Yeah, definitely. We have a really exciting sort of partnership that we run together with the Resolution Foundation, who have a venture arm as well. But the Resolution Foundation, for anyone who doesn't know, they're a really fantastic organization promoting sort of a fairer future of work, particularly for low-income Britain, and have published a lot of research on that topic as well. One of the really interesting sort of entrepreneurs that have come out of that sort of sector we dub worker tech, has been around sort of how to increase social mobility. So companies like Ride Tandem, who actively look into providing tech solutions that enable workers to actually receive employee perks that subsidize the costs of commuting as well between different jobs. For example, in the care industry, has been transformative to actually enable more workers to retain their jobs, and for employees to retain their employees as well, for employers. Other examples, and I think, again, sort of going back to some of the stats that Millie has presented earlier as well, is the sort of transition we need for a net zero economy also drastically needs more manual labor and more manual skills that just need better pay. We can't just innovate for the sake of innovating and grow for the sake of growth, which is the sort of traditional VC model, which, considering where I work, is sometimes very bizarre to sort of subdue. But there is a sort of perversive narrative in startup and VC land, or in the tech ecosystem in general, that you can only do investments at scale or create those sort of economies of scale when you invest into tech products and services. What we've also seen is that a lot of community-based organizations where you can just pull knowledge together that are not tech-enabled businesses actively also contribute to a much better economy. They aren't growing as fast because that sort of tech element is missing, but they still contribute a massive amount to the local economy as well. So a lot of emphasis for the businesses need more blended finance structures, for example, as well, or also a lot more that just fosters a better sort of transition into those green works as well. So there's a company called Greenworks, with an X at the end, because it's a funny startup, right? Which is really focused on actually helping more workers who are not in work right now to sort of learn the skills for retrofitting buildings and homes for a greener sort of sustainable, in a more sustainable way as well. And those are effectively jobs we need if we wanted to make the switch to a net zero economy as well.
Absolutely, and yeah, I'd like to touch back on the green economy in a second, but Sian, from the perspective of the port and kind of looking at it globally, how do you guys see these issues? What are your kind of labour challenges that you might have, and how do you tackle them?
I'm actually going to take it from global to local, if that's okay, and keep it London focused. So I think one of the opportunities and one of the challenges is connectivity across the river. So if you look west of the City of London and through the City of London, there's a number of river crossings where pedestrians, where cyclists can cross the river free of charge. And that helps connects communities, it connects people with work, connects schools. As you move east of the city, there's far fewer, and it's incredibly expensive and takes a long time to build a bridge. So I think what we would advocate for, or what I know what we would advocate for, is zero emission river crossings. So building river piers into new developments along the river, particularly going east, so that people can connect across the river to jobs, to have a greater access to the labour market, and also take advantage of those opportunities as they come up.
Fantastic. Okay, and yeah, sticking with the kind of zero emission theme, I guess looking at some of the questions coming through on Slido, one of them is talking about, as global climate, biodiversity, food crises multiply, do we need to commit to circular economy? If not, degrowth, kind of perpetual growth model is impossible. I guess Sian, the kind of need for more river crossings, for example, or more infrastructure is predicated on the idea that we continue to grow, but we do that in a smarter and greener way. What do you how possible do you think that is, or how might policy need to shift in order to make sure we do that?
So we're committed to net zero. So we have a plan for how to do that by 2050, and we've already substantially reduced our own emissions over the last 5-10 years. We use HVO as standard, hydrogenated vegetable oils as standard on our own fleet, and we work really carefully and closely with the sector to encourage a transition towards lower carbon fuels, potentially hydrogen in the future, and we're partnering with Zoe on a unmanned hydrogen-fueled vessel for hydrography in the future, which is really exciting. So I think there's huge potential so that we can grow more sustainably and credibly grow sustainably as well. Makes sense, thank you. And a slightly different angle, but maybe I'll come to you on this one, Chris, if I may. So Anonymous has asked, are the most wealthy businesses in London paying their fair share, and how can we ensure that big businesses support the city's future prosperity? And you mentioned actually the slight kind of difference in perceptions and actuality in terms of how the city's made up.
Yeah, so I mean, if you talk about the big businesses, talk about the banks, for example, Britain's banks are more highly taxed than any other banks across Europe. So I would say they're paying their fair share. And I think, actually, you know, the way when you grow an economy, you grow it ultimately by tax receipts. And the financial services sector across the UK contributes 13% of the government's treasury take. That's a significant sum of money. So I think they're paying their way. I think what we need to do is to support and help those smaller businesses to grow. As I tried to say earlier, what we need to do is to incentivize them as well to grow. So I think that's a really, really important aspect. But yeah, I mean, the city's always unfortunately been tarnished, particularly since the financial crash, with this image of just being about rich bankers. But it's not. It's very diverse today. It's very different to that image. It takes time. It takes decades to shake off an image. But actually, I think if you actually look at the underlying facts, you'll find it's not quite what it was 20, 30 years ago. Absolutely.
And Millie, if I can come to you, I know there's various business improvement districts or bids that are part of the Centre for London network, and somebody's asked a very sensible question of what role they might play in promoting London's businesses in future.
Yeah, so I mean, we work a lot with business improvement districts at the Centre for London, and I think it's safe to say that there's some really exciting things happening in London that are being generated and driven by the business improvement district communities. For those that aren't aware, they're kind of representative groups. They're voted in by local businesses. They get a levy, and they can use that to reinvest back into localised business areas. And we have lots of these across London. And the role they can play can be really quite varied. It really depends on what their kind of main priorities are. Some parts of London, they might have priorities around safety. Some parts might be about promoting specific economies, sectors, sorry. Some places, their kind of manifesto is around kind of sectors and skills and things like this. So going back to kind of the street clutter project that I was talking about earlier, one of the main issues that we identified in central London especially is around kind of commercial refuse on the street. You know, bin bags on Oxford Street, on Regent Street, on all of the main streets in London, you see them, there are bin bags everywhere. And this is kind of a nature of London's kind of physical infrastructure. We don't have underground bin storage or built into a lot of it, a lot of our buildings, places to put this other than on the streets. But what lots of business improvement districts in London are doing, the convening role they can play in influencing their business members is around trying to consolidate the kind of times that this is being done by helping them choose the same sorts of providers to do these collections. So that's just one very small example, very niche. It sounds a bit boring, but it makes a really big difference actually to London streets when we can use kind of these institutions like business improvement districts to really put their minds together and help improve London's business environment.
Absolutely, and that's quite a really good example, I think, of kind of where public services, kind of profit and loss, and the physical environment and different factors interacting. And another one, so net zero is clearly another one of those areas. Somebody's asked a question here on health. Businesses need a healthy workforce, both from the perspective of being able to carry out their functions, but also for the health of the wider economy. And Dharma, I wonder if you had any comment on the kind of from the kind of ESG angle, how. There's obviously, this has been a big focus for government policy recently, with particularly in terms of inactivity in the over 50s, but it remains a major policy challenge. And do you have any sense of who or what will help businesses to take action to promote healthier workforce?
That's a big question. I guess the healthier workforce also comes in tandem with actually realizing that the hotspots of where productivity has grown is largely changing across London, right? Because people do not want to spend their time commuting because it actively takes out 1 to 2 hours a day out of their day, from activities they could be otherwise doing. So I think fundamentally across businesses there just needs to be a bit of a perception shift of what a healthy workforce actually means. And whilst there's been, at least in the founder communities that we come across, because they're largely early stage, they're largely companies between 2 members at best to 50, there's a large emphasis on actually better mental health as well. So having seen a lot of businesses actually actively engaging in how they can provide mental health first aid, particularly because they are businesses that keep on working more than 50 to 60 to 80 hours a week, because they're deploying their products fast, left, right, and center. It has actually been an incremental shift in actually seeing how they can promote a better and healthier work-life balance in these companies when the pressure is so high. But in terms of sort of looking at the past and what sort of the Mayor of London has also done in the past, we've our firm was actually one of the first ones to work on the Civic Innovation Challenge, for example, which actively looked at how local councils could come together to actually promote more healthy lives in their specific boroughs as well. And there was a particular challenge, and Hackney was mentioned a lot. And as a Hackney resident, very happy to hear this. There was a lot of emphasis in actually co-designing what innovation could look like to promote a healthier lifestyle well into later life, so beyond the ages of 50 and more. And that sort of encouraged a lot of ideas to actually, that encouraged a lot of innovations to emerge and use the different local boroughs as a sort of test bed for what could be a long-term solution to something that has been critically under-sourced. And seeing some of the innovations that have come from that particular challenge as well, because it did encourage an easier sort of procurement system, which is another huge challenge for businesses in this space. That has been incredible to sort of see, and how really early stage companies were able to sort of see that they can not only focus on building products and services that promote healthy lives, but also encourage a more active lifestyle across how they build their companies.
Fantastic, thank you. So we've ranged incredibly widely, which is not surprising given the breadth of the question. summing up is a difficult task, but I'm going to try and give it to you, make you do it anyway. I'll come to you first, Chris, as I know you might have to slip out. But final words. What would be your top priority? And I'm going to say either, for an incoming government, for a new mayor, or actually probably most challengingly, what's the thing that we could already do within existing powers and existing resources, but we just need to get on and do?
My most important priority for any incoming government, for any mayor of London, is to drive productivity and drive economic growth. And when we do that, we create more jobs, we create more successful businesses, and we can enable to raise more tax receipts to be spent on public services. And what we need are politicians to unite behind that, speak together, and get that growth into the economy.
Fantastic. How about you, Millie? What would you say?
I think for me, the priority really has to be, like I said, around making London work for Londoners so that it can also work for businesses. Going back to those things that the team repair mentioned earlier about the skills gap, the shortage that we have in London. I really think that's what we need to be focusing on is how can we make London a more affordable place to live, to work, to visit, so that London's businesses can thrive from Londoners themselves.
Fantastic. How about you, Gemma?
I'd say there's a huge role to play in sort of bringing a convening power to whatever office will take shape. Purely because there's a huge disconnect between the private and public sector. And if we want to ensure that businesses receive funding to actually tackle some of the most pressing needs of Londoners as well, there just needs to be a lot more collaboration and connecting the dots. So thinking about what that could look like and what sort of convening power could be established in that front to bring public needs together with private market economics is going to be hugely valuable.
Thank you. I might press you on that one, partly selfishly, just to learn, actually, in terms of that disconnect between the private and public, how do you see that manifesting itself in London?
So a good example would be what the City of London has done fairly recently throughout the Sustainable Finance Week, which was a month ago. There was a lot of convening of venture capitalist firms, but also the Impact Investing Institute, who had a broader sort of spectrum of pension funds, public sector bodies, charitable organizations, and just convened a really discrete roundtable discussions on what sort of challenges actually exist in the impact investing space, because a lot more impact investing needs to happen if we want to survive on this planet. But also strategically thinking about what sort of opportunities exist, and having that sort of convening power was just transformative to sort of see where some of the recommendations that came out of that roundtable can be taken forward as well, and what sort of public bodies need to be engaged with as well. So there's a whole set of recommendations that is going to go to different departments in government, local as well as national, to sort of see the light of day, hopefully.
Absolutely, yeah. And as a kind of escaped central government person recently, certainly the coordination between different parts of government is just as much of a challenge sometimes as between public and private, I think. Thank you. And Sian, finally, I was really interested in how you used, not freight and logistics sectors, but the river as your kind of lens. But what would be your kind of top priority, either for existing organisations and levers, or for an incoming mayor or an incoming government?
So as I said before, our priority at the Port of London Authority would be to put the river at the heart of policy making. It touches on everything from transport to tourism to planning and regeneration to the environment. So I think thinking about how the river can contribute to those policy areas, I think, is key. Light freight has huge potential. We've already got 3 million tonnes of freight coming across the capital's inland waterways. That's the equivalent of 140,000 lorry loads that we're taking off the streets. There's so much more potential for light freight. DHL is already trialling it from Wandsworth down to Bankside, and we're working with other partners to explore the potential for that. People are still going to buy online, they're still going to want things to be delivered to their houses. So how do we do that last mile or so by e-cargo bike, and with the cargo being brought to the river by low emission vessels? And there's huge potential there, and that's something we'd want to explore.
Fantastic, and that's a really inspiring vision to end on. So please do join me in thanking our panel in the usual way.
will also thank you as well, Majid. It was really good.
Thank you.
Yeah, I found that absolutely fascinating. So thank you in terms of how we continue to grow and innovate and kind of close that productivity gap where we can. It struck me that at the centre of all of this, in terms of making business work and what London needs and what businesses need from London, in the end, it's us as people that make this a great city. And whether it's workers, whether it's families, whether it's new people joining, students we've heard from as well. In the end, London's got to work for all of us in the way that connects all our previous conversation today. Now, having heard from other mayoral candidates today, it really pleases me to welcome Sadiq Khan to the conversation. He's obviously the current mayor of London, and I believe hoping to be also the next mayor of London. There were some conversations about incoming mayors of London, and I saw Sadiq slightly go, I think the incoming is also the present. So I look forward to hearing that. So I also think that Antonia and Sadiq are going to have a conversation in a similar way as the others did as well. But I believe Sadiq will give a brief word first. So welcome, Sadiq.
Well, I think I owe Sam a favour for clarifying the incoming business. Look, can I just begin by saying a few words about the human catastrophe unfolding in the Middle East. Many Londoners, like me, have watched in absolute horror at the recent killing and suffering in Israel and Palestine following the appalling Hamas terrorist attack on the 7th of October. There are clearly differing, passionate views within our communities. But we mustn't let events overseas lead to hate and division in our city. I want to reassure our Jewish and Muslim communities that we will take a zero-tolerance approach to anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. Perpetrators of these crimes will face the full force of the law. London's incredible diversity is one of the reasons I'm so proud to be the mayor. We must remain united as Londoners and united in our hope for a future in which all Palestinians and Israelis enjoy peace, liberty, and prosperity. Antonio, Sam, it is great to be back at the London conference. Some of us have come in person. And also to be back at the University of London. Look, friends, literally 6 months from today, millions of Londoners will head to the polls and make a decision that will determine the future of our city. From now until then, I'll continue delivering for Londoners and making the case for why they should keep faith in me. I'll set out the next steps of our journey to renew London and champion the promises kept and change delivered. Like how London is building again. We've now started more than 23,000 new City Hall funded council homes, and we've exceeded our government target of 116,000 genuinely affordable homes. More homes completed than any time since the 1930s. From cutting air pollution by nearly a half in central London to delivering more than 1,000 zero-emission buses. Our city has become a beacon of climate and environmental progress the world over. This year, for the first time in the history of our great city, all primary school state children can sit down and share a hot, healthy lunch because we're funding free school meals. By introducing the Hopper Fare, freezing TfL fares for 5 years, as well as opening the Elizabeth Line, the Northern Line extension, the Barking Riverside extension, and rolling out the Superloop, we're making getting around London more affordable, more sustainable, and more attractive. We've invested record amounts in neighbourhood policing and are providing positive opportunities for over 150,000 young Londoners, and are on target to give 100,000 Londoners a mentor, all while working with our new commissioner to root out racism, misogyny and homophobia from the Met Police Service. And we've continued to loudly and proudly stand up for London's values, because our city's diversity, in my view, is a strength to be celebrated, not a weakness to be denigrated. As a country, though, there's a real sense that we've been going backwards over recent years. But it's been a different story in London, where we've achieved so much, and everything we've done has been in spite of national government holding us back. It's worth remembering that since the rebirth of London's government in 2000, we've only had 4 years of a Labour mayor working with a Labour Prime Minister. History tells us those 4 years were a time when the Olympics was secured, Crossrail was agreed, and 8,000 social homes were built in 1 year alone. Now, a new era of renewal is within reach. 2024 offers 2 elections, but only one compelling vision. The chance of a Labour Prime Minister working in unison with a Labour Mayor for the benefit of all. But I'm under no doubt this election will be the toughest yet. Not only will it be the first in London using the first past the post system, but also every Londoner will be forced to show photo ID to take part. And let's just call this what it is: a cynical attempt to make it harder for people to vote. All told, 900,000 Londoners could be silenced. So to everyone here, I ask you, use your voice to ensure no one else is denied theirs, because democracy belongs to us all. Friends, no London mayor has achieved a third term in office before. I want Londoners to know I'm seeking one not to make history, but to shape our future. A future in which together we build on the foundations laid, delivering opportunity in every community, and continue to create a better London for everyone. A city that is fairer, safer, and greener for all. Thank you.
Mayor Khan, thank you so much for coming to join us again at the London Conference this year, and also for your very inspiring words just now. The question that we've been asking all day is London in crisis? That's the theme for this year's conference. So I wanted to put that question to you. In your mind, is London in crisis?
Look, the short answer is no, but I can understand why you framed the conference that way. There's a lovely phrase, quote from Madeleine Albright, who once said, "I'm an optimist that worries a lot." And I feel the question is a bit like this. Look, just think about the last 8 years, which have coincided with my mayoralty. We've had the referendum, Brexit, an extreme hard Brexit. In 2017, not 1 but 4 terrorist attacks. The awful Grenfell Tower fire tragedy. We then had a pandemic. We then had Putin's invasion of Ukraine, cost of living crisis, and now we have what's happening in the Middle East. So I understand the context of the question, particularly in the context of austerity, but just think all the things we've managed to achieve despite all that. But also think about the history of London, from plagues and fires and the Blitz, terrorism in the 80s and 90s, and how we've always bounced back. So, I think, yes, I understand why people feel there is a crisis in terms of, just looking at how some of our politicians' behaviour in the pandemic, from yesterday's coverage, from the public inquiry to the cost of living crisis. But I'm optimistic about our future, not for naive, jingoistic reasons, but because of the evidence in relation to the number of councils working with us to build councils' homes, for the number of employers working with us to make sure there are apprentices and people trained to the jobs of tomorrow, from the fact that You know, 9 million Londoners, despite huge opposition from a small minority, are now breathing cleaner air. And so some of the policies we've done have been despite some of the issues that lead you to asking the question about a crisis. Just imagine, though, what we could achieve, as I said in my comments, with a Labour government and a Labour mayor working in sync. You know, Chris Hayward was absolutely right about the importance of growth and good growth, and the public sector private partnership that's been discussed previously. Look, I think you know, there's the real source reason for optimism in relation to the future of our city. But also, final point is I speak regularly, as you'd appreciate, to mayors from across the globe, from Paris to New York, from Tokyo to Singapore. You know, we are bouncing back far quicker than any major city post-pandemic. London is back. We're the only major city in the world that's got a major new piece of infrastructure, the Elizabeth line. And by the way, good example to persevering. You know, we had issues with the leadership of the Crossroad project, issues with costs, issues with delay, but we persevered and we opened it. If you build it, people will come. The most popular line in the country. And so I'm optimistic about London, but we do need a change of government. And my optimism soars at the thought of a new Prime Minister, a Labour one.
Thank you. A theme that you mentioned in your opening remarks was around the need for good community cohesion and engagement as well, and that's a theme that's come up throughout the day. And of course, at the moment, with the tragic events happening in the Middle East, that community cohesion feels particularly tested at the moment. But actually, if we look at the fallout around ULEZ, potentially some of the sort of community public attitudes towards the Met, it's clear that community cohesion needs to continue to be an absolute priority for the next Mayor of London. So what more do you think needs to be done in terms of engaging with and bringing communities together in London?
Look, first, in my experience as a Londoner for the last 24 years since I've been alive, but obviously being a parliamentarian for 11 years and the mayor for the last 7.5 years. Look, community cohesion doesn't happen by itself. It happens because it takes a lot of hard work to engender community cohesion. There are some people whose frame of mind is we should tolerate difference. I don't think we should tolerate difference. I tolerate a toothache. I don't mean tolerate it. I think we should respect, embrace and celebrate our diversity. To me, it is a strength and not a weakness. I spent this Sunday celebrating Diwali with Hindu, Sikh, Jain and Buddhist communities, during the course of the year, from Hanukkah to Vaisakhi, from Eid to Christmas, from Easter to Pride, and many other events. We've got to be celebrating the difference that there is, but also recognizing it takes hard work. I think it's impossible, by the way, and this is a really important point, it is impossible to be a good mayor of London if you support Donald Trump and like Enoch Powell. It's just not possible. It's just not possible. Because our diversity means there are more than 300 communities from different backgrounds in our city, but also we don't recognize that poses challenges. And I was very keen to mention the disturbance in the Middle East because that's posed a real challenge to us. We know from the evidence, every time there is a disturbance in the Middle East, it leads to a rise in anti-Semitism in our country. And what should encourage you all that we've got the right mechanisms in place is within an hour of Hamas's brutal terrorist attack in Israel, within an hour, the Met Police Service were on the phone to me, and we were discussing how we would implement the plans we have to reassure our Jewish communities, because as Nightfellow's Day, the Jewish community knows there's going to be an increase in anti-Semitism. And we've got to be cognizant of the fact that there are places of worship in our city that have always required a police presence and CCTV because they are Jewish places of worship. We've got to understand and have empathy to the fact there are some schools, simply because the children that go there are Jewish, require CCTV and security. And, our job, those of us that aren't Jewish, is to show allyship to this community who are feeling really scared, frightened, and there's a heightened fear in that community, similarly the rise in Islamophobia. So look, I think it's really important when you're the mayor that you work every day, every hour to try and bring people together, to understand the differences, to, agree in a sensitive way, but disagree in a sensitive way as well. And that discourse is really important. Often people try and do it in 140 characters or 280 characters. Mistakes can be made if you do that. And so, a lot of the time is spent doing stuff that, can't be measured by a KPI, but that's incredibly important.
Absolutely. In the interest of time, because sadly we don't have all that much of it, I wanted to move on to ULEZ, which has been a controversial policy, although I do take on board and accept your remarks around the fact that the level of its sort of controversiality has been exaggerated by some. But I was wondering, when you think about the implementation of ULEZ, was there anything that you would have done differently if you could do it again?
Look, so we're just reminding ourselves of the history of ULEZ, which I understand is now in the English dictionary. I'm curious to see the definition. So the ULEZ, which we introduced in 2017 as the precursor in central London, there were people in central London concerned about the ULEZ. It was a difficult decision to bring in the ULEZ and then to expand it, but it's the right one. Why? Because the evidence we saw once the ULEZ came in central London was an almost 50% reduction in toxicity, a third fewer children being admitted to hospital because of air pollution. And then we decided to expand it to inner London, up to the North and South Circular, so 4 million Londoners could breathe clean air. Unhappiness initially, but then we saw a further 20% plus reduction in toxicity. Children going to more than 500 schools then benefiting from clean air, and there was concern in outer London with the expansion, but we were keen to make sure those in outer London, 5 million Londoners who breathe the worst air, largest number of premature deaths, also saw the benefits of the ULEZ, and I'm really pleased. We've now got a scrappage scheme in place that means that every single Londoner who may be adversely affected, family, charity, business, will now receive support. Not a penny support from the government, even though they've given every clean air zone around the country financial support. And this week, TfL published data that showed that, the early results show that the number of vehicles seen driving on an average day in central London, inner London, and outer London is now 95%. And that will mean clean air for 9 million Londoners, less particulate matter, less nitrogen dioxide, which means, rather than having a situation where around 4,000 premature deaths a year, children with stunted lungs, adults with a whole host of health issues from asthma to cancer, dementia to heart disease, we've got progress being made. There's an alternative route, of course, to take, which is put your head in the sand, ignore the evidence, and ignore the lives being lost. But I would rather listen to the clinicians at Great Ormond Street, at Children's Evening Hospital, at the experts, people like Rosamond, Advocacy, Deborah, at the scientists, and Londoners, and bring about policies that bring in meaningful and permanent change.
Absolutely. Another key theme that's come up throughout the course of the day has been the challenge of housing in London. I wanted to ask you specifically about temporary accommodation. So London has the highest levels of demand for temporary accommodation. This year, that rate jumped 5%. So what would you say to the 170,000 Londoners, nearly half of them children, living in temporary accommodation this year?
I think housing is the biggest challenge facing our city. It's a crisis that's been decades in the making, and it'll be solved, I'm afraid, in a marathon rather than a sprint. So when you speak to families in temporary accommodation, these are people who've been in temporary accommodation for 7, 8, 9, 12 years. It's not temporary. But also you speak to councils. One of the reasons many councils in our city are facing bankruptcy, on the cusp of bankruptcy, is the bill for temporary accommodation. We're spending taxpayers' money on housing benefit and paying landlords rather than bricks and mortar building the council homes we need to be rehousing these families permanently. So a number of things I'll say to those on the those in temporary accommodation, but also those who are desperate to get on the housing ladder to rent and or to buy. I'm afraid we're not going to get there if you're in favour of car parks next to tube stations not being used for housing. We've not got a car parking crisis in our city. We've got a housing crisis in our city. We're not going to get there when you've got certain councils not willing to work with us to build council housing. You're not going to get there if you've got a central government department, the Department for Levelling Up, giving money back to the Treasury for housing because they can't spend it when we're desperate to have housing in London. But we've shown it is possible to address this crisis. How have we shown that? More council homes built in London over the last 7 years than at any time since the 1970s. How have we shown that? More homes completed in London than at any time since the 1930s. But what Tom Copley, the brilliant Deputy Mayor for Housing, did, he brought together experts from across London, developers, housing associations, councils, tenants, and they came up with a plan how we can have the supply of homes meeting the demand. It will take a 6-fold increase in the amount of money received from the government. Until we get that increase, we're simply going to be making incremental progress when we need a big, big change. The final thing is this. I mentioned it took us decades to get here. It will take us some time for the supply of new homes to meet the demand. So in the short to medium term, we've got to support those in the private rental sector. Because whichever scenario you look at, it will take some years before supply meets demand. And that's why we do need first rent freezes in London and then rent control in London. Because the big challenge those renting in the private sector have is affordability, security, and quality of accommodation. And so we're doing what we can with the powers we have, rogue landlords list, more people getting into spec properties, build to rent, but we need changing legislation and support from the government if we're going to really address the housing crisis in London.
And you just mentioned the powers that you currently do have. Another theme of the day that's that I've asked each of the mayoral candidates about is London's governance. So I just wanted to finally ask you, in terms of the setup that we have, the devolved powers that you have, is there anything further that you would like the mayor to be able to do?
So we're the most centralised democracy in the Western world. Don't take my word for it. There was a report done this week by the team at King's and Harvard, which said that a lack of devolution is leading to the inequalities in our country. To give you an idea of the scale of how centralised we are, we get to spend in London 7% of taxes raised in London, 7%. Mayor of New York, 50%. Governor Mayor of Tokyo, 70%. 7 versus 50 versus 70. So we need more powers to be devolved to London. There was a report commissioned by a previous mayor, he whose name we don't mention. The London Finance Commission did a report for Boris Johnson, which set out the sort of powers that London leads. When I became mayor, I asked the same team to do a report about what powers we need. And so we've already done the work about what further powers are needed for London. And by the way, I want the Mayor of Greater Manchester, the Mayor of Greater Merseyside, the Mayor of West Midlands, the Mayor of West Yorkshire, I want the Mayor of West of England, Peterborough and Cambridgeshire, Scotland, Wales to also be devolved more powers and controls. If taking back control, as the Brexiteers claim, is to be meaningful, it can't be from Brussels to Whitehall. It must be from Brussels to Whitehall, to City Hall, to town halls, to Manchester, to Liverpool, to Sheffield, to Bristol, to Scotland, to Wales, and so forth. And I think one of the things the next Labour government's got to do is what the Labour government in 1997 did, which is you win power, and then as soon as you win power, you give it away. In 1997, it was a mayor for London, a Scottish Parliament, a Welsh Assembly. I'm hoping with the next Labour government, it's going to be devolving more powers and resources to the mayors across the country. There are 10 of us, and we need more powers and more resources.
Thank you very much. That's all we've got time for today. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all so much for coming. What a great day it's been. It's really wonderful to see so many of you here today at the London conference. As I'm sure you know by now, I'm Antonia Jennings. I'm the new Chief Exec here at Centre for London. I'd like to start by saying an absolutely huge thank you to everyone that's allowed today to happen. The London conference, like all of the work we do, wouldn't be possible without our generous sponsors and partners. I'd like to thank the University of London, and in particular Wendy Thompson and Ben Rogers, for being our venue partner once again this year and allowing us to host the conference here at the beautiful Senate House. I'd also like to thank our generous sponsors for the day itself, who include, of course, the Mayor of London, City of London Corporation,
Port of London Authority, London Councils, Trust for London and the London Borough of Hounslow. Additionally, an absolutely huge thank you must go to our data sponsor, Savanta, who have produced all the fascinating polling we've released over the course of the day. I'd also like to extend my thanks to ECBID as the sponsor for our official conference dinner, which took place on Monday. Finally, I really can't express enough thanks to the Centre for London team for making today happen. Planning for this week started months before I joined the centre, and as I'm sure we can all agree, today has run impeccably smoothly. I can't wait to see what we can all do at the centre for the years to come. So thank you all. We wouldn't be here without your generous work and support. I wanted to take a few moments before we finish up for the day to tell you a little bit about the Centre for London's work and outline why I feel that we're entering a pivotal stage for both the city and the Centre for London's role within it. So the big question that we've been asking and answering today is London in crisis? So I wanted to share my thoughts with you now. So as we all know, across many metrics, London is an exceptionally successful city. 4 out of every £10 that the Treasury receives comes from London, despite only 13% of our population living here. We host a number of world-leading industries, ranging all the way from the arts and culture industry through to financial services. We have a long history of local policy leading to scaled national initiatives. We welcome some 400,000 new inhabitants each year, and without question, London's existence significantly benefits the UK as a whole. But for London to be truly successful, we know that it must provide a good quality of life for all those proud to call it home. And unfortunately, as we've discussed today, we know that for too many Londoners, the capital is falling short on that score. Alongside its numerous successes, London is the region in the UK with the highest levels of child poverty, wealth inequality, and air pollution anywhere in the country, to name but a few of its shortcomings. It's a city of contradictions, of both impressively high skyscrapers and shockingly low standards of living. Where I live, in Tower Hamlets, for example, we see a borough that proudly hosts Canary Wharf, but yet a borough in which Calpol is the most shoplifted item. We know that in London as a whole, after housing costs are accounted for, 1 in 4 Londoners live in poverty. We know that a new healthcare assistant in inner London pays nearly 70% of their gross income on rent, while a new nurse would pay over 50. It's clear that London doesn't work for all those proud to call it home. Next year, with both the mayoral and national elections on the horizon, we know that the blueprint for the next 5 years of the city's development is set to be defined by the course of action we take in the next 12 months. As London's think tank, Centre for London has a critical role in defining what success looks like for the capital. In partnership with all of you in this room, we can be a voice for all Londoners and could be. We know that as we look towards the economic challenges to come in the 21st century, London's economy is going to change. Centre for London is going to continue to lead the debate around what it means to fairly maximise the social, economic and, of course, environmental opportunities the rest of the 2020s will offer. So, looking into next year and beyond, the Centre will continue doing what it does best: research, convening, influencing and working with partners on delivery. We want to explore long-standing key questions the city faces, such as: how do we better steward growth in the capital so more of London's residents can access its proceeds? We know that London's devolved governance led the way some 23 years ago, but since then times have changed. What more does London need from devolution? And of course, the question that's come up through all of my interviews with the mayoral candidates: how does inner London reset its relationship with outer London? And in turn, how does London reset its relationship with the rest of the country? These are but a few of the very sticky questions that we want to unpack over the next year, and of course have started to get into today. And as you heard earlier, London is facing a real time of opportunity as well as challenge. Our polling from Savanta shows that housing, childcare and even commuting are considered to be unaffordable by many Londoners, which is having a knock-on effect on businesses' ability to attract and retain skilled workers. But we also know that the transition to a net zero economy in particular offers great opportunities for London's people and London's businesses. We heard earlier that the number of green jobs in the capital is set to increase 4.5 times by 2050. Policymakers need to be looking ahead to ensure that Londoners have the skills that these jobs will need and the housing for those workers to live in, so that London-based businesses and government can provide the needed investment and interventions to deliver on this opportunity. We also know that recent challenges in London's ecosystem have been exacerbated by issues around community engagement and cohesion. Whether it's debates around ULEZ, the Met Police, or the future of the green economy, we know that communities feel separated and too often separated from policymakers. Over the coming years, Centre for London wants to work to develop blueprints for how policymakers can work with communities better. After all, we know that it's communities that most often have the best insights around change, how change is going to affect them. So when thinking about London's numerous priorities and challenges, it can seem a bit like an insurmountable list. So I wanted to say a few words about why I'm hopeful for the future of London. So often policy has to choose between need, between affordability, between popularity. But we know that the two biggest challenges facing London at the moment are the cost of living crisis and the climate crisis. And we know that policies to alleviate the cost of living crisis, such as retrofit of insulation in property or stronger public services, are exactly the same policies we need to advance our journey to net zero. We also know that they're economically sensible, and on top of this, we know that they're uniquely popular. Truly, the window of opportunity for the future of London is a win-win-win scenario. But these, nonetheless, are of course still complex challenges to solve, and they require us all to break out of siloed working and come together to tackle. And I'm really looking forward to working together with you all on them. The Centre of London is an extremely small charity with very limited resources. Everything we do is funded through partnership working, and in a year of wider economic turmoil, small charities have particularly suffered. So I wanted to say a few words about a really critical part of our work, which is our supporters network. It's an important community of change makers, and it's the starting point from which much of our work develops. Over the next year, it will be the dynamic forum in which we can all connect, learn from each other, and help set the policy agenda. The network is really proud to bring together a very diverse mix of the city's key stakeholders, from local London government, accountancy firms, housing associations, through to public agencies, socially minded businesses and developers. Members of the supporters network come together from all areas of the public and private sectors in London. Under Chatham House style rules, the supporters network gets together for around 10 private roundtables a year to discuss and action what London needs next and how to make it happen. In addition to this, members of the network receive early access to Centre for London policy updates and, of course, priority invitations to our events, such as today. Supporters Network roundtables have exclusive access to insights from London's leaders. Recent guests have included Andy Lord from Transport for London, he's the Chief Operating Officer there, and Mark Wilde, who is, of course, the former CEO of Crossrail. We have also recently welcomed people such as Tom Copley, that Sadiq Khan just mentioned, who is the Deputy Mayor for Housing in the London Assembly. What connects the Supporters Network is a shared vision for all that London could be, for a London that's successful and sustainable, and for a global city that works for all of its residents. If you want to be part of our conversation, please do consider joining the Supporters Network. We've also got a very specific suite of very exciting projects that we're currently actively looking for partners for. And we would really, really love to work with you to make them happen. Projects that we're currently fundraising for include a deep dive into rebooting London's economy to ensure that we tackle the lagging productivity crisis that we heard about from Millie earlier. a project looking into decarbonising London's homes to ensure that the housing ecosystem here in London comes together to maximise on the local economic opportunity that property decarbonisation can bring. Research into what is needed to ensure safer parks for women and girls, and in turn, all public spaces in London. Homes fit for Londoners, fresh thinking on London's housing crisis in the run-up to the mayoral and national elections. We also, in the making, have a project on London's street, food and farmers markets, unpacking what traders and customers need to ensure long-term stability for the sector. We also have Art for All, fostering participation in the arts amongst Londoners, and in particular those that are finding it hardest to access these spaces. And finally, Travel for Work in London, a project looking for new data and policy solutions to those that have to move about the city for their job. So, of course, if you're interested in getting involved with any of these, please get in touch or ask a member of the Centre for London staff here today. And of course, it goes without saying, if there is something else, perhaps, that you've heard today that you're really interested in exploring further with us, please do get in touch. So just before I hand you back over to Fiona, our chair, I wanted to thank all of you for being here today. All of us have, of course, helped build this city we know and love, and I can feel its energy all around the room. London is a city of possibility. It's a city of change, of growth, and of transformation. I'm so excited to see what next year will bring and what we can achieve together. Thank you.
I stand here before you, between you and a glass of warm white wine. So I will keep it very, very short. Wow, what a day. These conferences get better and better. The highlights for me today was, although we are titling this London in Crisis, none of us are walking away feeling absolutely burdened by that today. We have got problems. We've got things we need to focus on, but we've also got ideas, we've got energy. We've got a group of mayoral candidates who are thinking about the future of London and how we address the problems. But for me, the highlight has to be that other lifeblood of London, civil society, our SMEs and our micro businesses, and the spotlight we were able to put on a few small groups today has been amazing. Whether it was Rosario this morning talking to us about the work she does in Lewisham with, and a new term I'm going to use a lot, sanctuary seekers. That was just inspirational. But also team repair that we had today after lunch that really lifted the energy. And I'll be talking to my 13-year-old about his STEM education on the back of this, because honestly, he can take things apart, but he really cannot repair them. So I'll give you the name of his school. If you can send out a few kits, that would be really good. It really matters to London. It isn't just about listening to our mayoral candidate or the wonderful Chris Hayward. All of these things matter. But you heard from Antonia, we're a tiny charity, and in the words of Bob Geldof, we need the money. We need you to give us your money, whether you're a supporters network or anything else that you want to do. There are lots of us here with blue dots. Come and talk to us about how we can work together. Because without us pushing and prodding and making policymakers think, we're going to be a very dull place. So please come and join me next door. I am reminded we have to be out of the building by 4:30, so please enjoy a drink with us. And thank you again to the team who put this together and to our sponsors. Thank you.